You guys got something on your end? So we spent time, let's call it a lot of time, looking at the standard offer to purchase and contract standard form 2T. 2T is probably the most common sales contract that we use because 2T is for our residential resale. So 2T is for your residential resale. We do also have a couple other extra offer to purchase and contracts that we can use. And let's look first at 12T. And as we can see, and we're not going through it in detail, but we do want to have a conversation about it. So 12T is our offer to purchase and contract vacant lot and land. You guys pay attention to the titles of the forms, because if ever there's a guideline for that form available, it's going to tell you right here, as we're seeing here. So if you've never used 12T before and this is your first time, or if it's been a while since you've used it, or if you don't use it often, as I don't imagine we do because it is vacant lot and land, I highly recommend pulling the guidelines to make sure you can work your way through that. Once you're affiliated with a firm, you'll have access to all of the forms, including the guidelines. So I don't know if you guys have perused the forms library at NCAR's website. There's like, I don't know if there's thousands, but there sure is a whole bunch. So, having the numbers kind of helps sometimes so you can find them a little bit easier. So that's why it tells you 12G right there. It's just easier to sort through it. So offer to purchase and contract, vacant lot and land. And, we're going to see provisions pretty much the same. So we're going to identify the seller and the buyer. Here's our purchase price, due diligence, earnest money. Things are going to look the same in this, which is why we're really not going to go through it. There's our due diligence, settlement date, all the same as before. The big thing missing from this that we had in 2T is anything to do with the fixtures. I'm sorry, the real property. So for example, you're not going to see a fixture list for vacant lot and land. You're not going to see personal property for vacant lot and land because all we're doing is selling dirt, right? That's all we're doing is getting through that. So, the buyer's going to have a due diligence process. Their inspections and investigations may look a little bit different because now we're dealing with water and soil and, septic and sewer. Can you hook up to public water and sewer, or do you have to have a well and an on-site septic? If you have to have an on-site septic and a well, then you're going to want to make sure that the land perks before, as part of your due diligence. Perk land means that it can support the on-site septic system. It can hold the well. So it'll tell you about that. Just looking real quick to see if there's anything different. Buyer still got to get funds to purchase the land. There is this is worth mentioning, there is a new form just July 1st addressing the vacant land disclosure statement. So you guys know, like the ARPOS is the disclosure statement. Well, the ARPOS isn't required for vacant land because the ARPOS is addressing the residential property. So because you don't have an ARPOS, there may be some things for the seller to disclose. So similar to the ARPOS, for this is the vacant land disclosure. And that's a brand new form, y'all, that just came out, standard form 142. So they are constantly creating and inventing forms, that kind of thing. But that serves as our seller disclosure. Sewage permits. I'm just looking if there's anything. Everything else pretty much looks the same. So again, vacant lot and land, anything about the property, it doesn't exist. We're just dealing with dirt on this one. This one's only 13 pages. So see, you take the property out, we lose 4 whole pages of our contract. Questions on the vacant lot and land? So let's see. So with the PERC test, they can know support a septic. That's right. So the PERC test kind of sees, what perk is short for percolate. So will the land percolate? Will the land support the on-site septic system? Because if you can't hook up to public and you don't have access to community, your only other option is the on-site septic. So before you buy to build, you definitely want to make sure that you can do that. True story. There was another instructor who had a vacant lot in her neighborhood, a couple houses down, and the buyer bought to build, and he saved money and didn't have a perk test during while he was under contract. Y'all see where this is heading? It closed, it didn't perk, and there was nothing he could do with that brand new land. See how much money he saved by not having that inspection and that investigations. This is what the due diligence period is for, to learn about the property. Y'all, he didn't say nothing, right? So whenever we're dealing with that, if you're going to build, any kind of structure, residential or commercial, it's got to go somewhere. So that's what that perk test is for. I know where Sean is. Yeah, she told me last night. She's coming. She's coming. Other questions on our vacant lot and land? I didn't pull the guidelines up, but like I said, whenever you see guidelines on a form, know that they're there. And if you're struggling, if you have questions, there's a really good chance the answer is in the guidelines. The other offer to purchase, the contract that we have that we use mostly in residential, from NCAR. These are standard forms from NCAR. We also have offer to purchase and contract new construction. This is 800T. They no longer have guidelines for this one. They did away with it because they did a major overhaul on this form on July 1st, and they said the form is now sufficient. It's satisfactory to meet. There's no need for guidelines. New construction, honestly, I haven't even had a chance to review this one yet. It's so new, but new construction, the offer to purchase and contract for new construction, we're dealing with property that is early in the construction stage. So maybe you're just standing on a foundation, maybe you're standing amongst studs, right? There's still a lot to do. Now, this is going to address the construction stages. A lot of building deposits are due at different stages of construction. So you put X amount down with, the foundation, and then maybe X amount down when they have the studs and the walls up, that kind of thing. Different stages may trigger another building deposit. So we all know that we're moving forward, right? The buyer feels like their money's going somewhere and they can see that. And y'all, when buyers buy new construction, they buy it, they drive by it all the time. So they know a couple times a day, right, Tink? They know what happened today to their new home. So they're following it. They know at what stage we're at as well. The other big thing that this addresses, it does address the structure because we are building a new construction. So we have to address the property. And of course, it's going to address, when it's complete, that kind of thing. But the big thing about this form, the big change from this and 2T that we looked at last night with the resale, you're not going to see that very important sentence that says this property is being sold in its current condition. Because with new construction, that's not true. This property is being proposed for what it will be. It's being sold for what it will be. So we can't sell it in the current condition. And a lot of this, again, addresses the stages, the phases along the way. So again, a lot of that's going to be very similar, but that's the big thing. Plans and specifications, we see that. Here's our construction fees, the trigger events. So it spells it out. And I'll be honest, you guys, if you're dealing with a builder, maybe at a model home or a project builder, then they may have their own contract. It's not uncommon for me to see builders have their own standard contract. If they don't, then we have 800T that we can use. If you're showing property to a buyer that's interested in a project or a tract home, check MLS, look carefully at the remarks, look carefully at the agent only remarks, because it very well may alert you to use their own contract. So just make sure you're following, following what they say. Yeah, you're good. You're good. There's two, they're similar-esque, but they do two different things. So the offer to purchase and contract new construction, this is a sales contract. I also have a new construction addendum that we are going to use with 2T. So we have two scenarios here. You either use 800T, offer to purchase and contract for new construction, or you use 2T with the new construction addendum. With the new construction addendum, we're standing in a practically completed home, practically completed property. There's not that much left to do. Maybe we're doing the final blue tape walkthrough, right? Maybe we're going to run through and put the, put the doorknobs on or something, right? There's not that much left to do. So we use the sales contract 800T when we still have a lot to build. When we're complete, we use 2T with the new construction addendum. Does everybody see that, hear that difference? Recommend that this one has a note that tells us when we use this versus 800T. I wonder if 800T, let's see if 800T gives us that too. I think it would. Yeah, okay, so it's just in the addendum, but that's okay. Because it's bold, it's yelling at you. If construction of the dwelling is not complete or if extensive additional improvements are to be made, the party should use the offer to purchase and contract 800T instead of this form. Because there may be, and you're going to see again, things that are specific to a new construction. So the general contractor, developer, etc. But then you're also going to see additional improvements. Like if there is something left to do, we need to spell it out here. We all need to know we got to do the final blue tape walkthrough. We got to put the doorknobs on, whatever that might be. So there's additional improvements. Questions on this? 2T with the addendum versus 800T. Forms. We mentioned this one last night, the additional signatures addendum. Again, it has guidelines if you need help completing it. But this can be used for any document that the buyer or seller have to sign. And we're going to list here the additional signatures addendum is attached and made to the following named document. So we have to specify what this addendum is attached to. Is it the offer to purchase and contract? Is it an agency agreement, a listing agreement, a buyer's agency agreement, for example? Remember, all of our agency agreements, contracts, all of our forms only give us a place for 2 buyers and 2 sellers to sign. So if you're in a situation where you have more than 2, we got to get everybody's signature and we got to make sure everybody is on board on day 1. So if grandma passes away and leaves her house to the 4 grandkids and all 4 grandkids are married, that means I need 8 people to sign the deed, right? To sell that house. That means I need 8 people on board on day one to sign the listing agreement. Because if they're not willing to sign the listing agreement, my little red flag's going up. Like, are they willing to show up on closing day? So the additional signatures addendum allows us to specifically list which forms this addendum is attached to. And then we got 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7. Okay, so there's 7 places for more. So that's 7. There's 2 on the contract or the agency agreement. So that's 9. If you have more than 9, use another one of these. If you keep using these until you get everybody to sign. If you have another 2 entities or something, they got that there. So it's just that, an additional signatures addendum. Comments on that one? We also have an additional provisions addendum. I think of all the addenda, this is probably the most commonly used one. I think this is the one you're going to see. Have you guys used it yet? Those of you that are practicing, those of you active? Not yet. You probably will soon. These are provisions that are common, but they're just not common enough to make it into the offer to purchase and contract. Like, we see them on the regular, but they're just not that popular yet. So our blue note, we're instructed to mark all that apply with an X. Anything that does not apply, we need to mark with an NA. And then you see we got several different additional provisions that we can consider adding to our offer to purchase and contract. If your buyer wants to put an expiration date on their offer, this is the form they're going to use. So this offer shall expire on or before this date and time is of the essence, or withdrawn by the buyer, whichever occurs first. So remember, the buyer, the offeror, can revoke their offer at any time prior to acceptance, even if they put an expiration date on it. If there is septic system installation or modification, we want a little bit more information about that. Is it a conventional or other? And then the other big thing, if it's going to be an inspection, this is asking the seller to have the land cleared by this date. So have the land cleared so when the septic inspector comes, they'll be able to get to it. Unfortunately, to inspect an on-site septic system, they got to bring in the backhoe. So we want to make sure they can get to it. They want to make sure that they can dig that land. Now they'll put the dirt back in and pat it back down when they're done, but it's the only way to get to it, right, is to bring in the backhoe. So we just want to make sure that portion of the land is clear. If your buyer is buying a property that's a rental income or investment property, we got some information here asking the seller to turn over information about the tenant, copies of and records of, security deposit, any overdue balances, are they current on rent, information about the security deposit. Because if the buyer's buying with an existing tenant and they're going to honor the existing lease, then it will be an assignment and they will just take it over as it is. So the buyer has the right to make sure they know what they're buying. They have a right to look at that paperwork that applies to the tenant that they're going to get. The other thing this addresses is what happens with the security deposit. Right now, the seller has it, but when the buyer buys, then we got to get that to the buyer. So either we will or will not transfer it. The closing attorney can assist with that. Or the other option is the seller can give the security deposit back to the tenant, and then the new owner can go after the tenant for the security deposit. That seems like a lot more hassle than what it's worth. So I imagine most people allow the closing attorney just to handle that through their magic of their legal wand. I'd say agreed upon repairs and or improvements is also a very common used provision in this. Now, let's talk about what this is. Remember, we're using this form, we're attaching it to our offer, and upon acceptance, the contract. So we haven't had inspections. We're not even under contract yet. We haven't had inspections, but the buyer sees something that they want addressed. The buyer sees something that they want repaired or improved, taken care of. And this allows the seller to take that request into consideration when they're considering the whole offer. So you may have something in here like, you know, like if a window pane is broke, right? I don't need a home inspector to come in and tell me that that window pane is broke. We can see, we can look at it. And if the buyer says something like, you know, I'm not going to buy this house with that window pane, then that might be something to take into consideration. I've seen this used, like the seller to maintain the lawn through closing, just to make sure when the buyer buys, they're not, you know, coming into a jungle or anything. I use this. There was a very nice playground set in the backyard. And my buyers were like, yeah, no, we don't want this. This is where our garden's going to go. Can the seller take it down? And I said, well, there's only one way to find out, right? So when we presented the offer, the seller had that to take into consideration. The rest of the due diligence process, that's still exactly the same. So if the seller accepts this offer and it becomes a contract, then we have those agreed upon repairs. The buyer's still going to do their due diligence. They're going to inspect and investigate the property, and they still have the right to ask for repairs. This doesn't negate that. These are just things that the buyer sees that they want addressed when they're making the offer. If there's a manufactured mobile home on the property, we need information about that. Pool, spa, inspection preparation. Obviously not this time of year. Hopefully the pool is operable and being used. But what if the buyer's buying in like February? The outdoor pool, the outdoor spa might be winterized. So if they want it inspected, then we're going to use this to make sure that we have that. And this addresses it's negotiable. Who's going to be responsible for the cost of unwinterizing and re-winterizing? That's hard. On-winterizing and re-winterizing. Close enough. So we can have these inspections done. The last one here is brand new as of July 1st. The offsite and or separate septic lot, boat slip, garage, parking space, storage unit. Check all that apply. So what are we dealing with here? Seller owned, leased, deeded, HOA owned, etc. Seller agrees to execute any additional documents if necessary at seller's expense to complete the transfer of these off-site items, if applicable. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. Questions on the additional provisions addendum? Back to this. Once we're under contract, the buyer does their inspections and investigations during due diligence, and then they may choose to ask the seller for repairs. If we're going to request and negotiate repairs, once we're under contract, the form we're going to use is our due diligence request and agreement. Everybody good? Additional provisions addendum is before the offer is made. Due diligence, we are under contract, and we are asking the seller to do repairs. Based upon buyer's due diligence, the buyer requests and the seller agrees to do the following. And then we're going to list what repairs it is that the buyer wants the seller to do. And what I say to you guys is be very, very clear. Don't leave anything up to guess or assume or uncertain. As a matter of fact, one thing you may want to consider doing is taking those portions of the home inspection report that the buyer wants addressed and actually sending that piece of the home inspection report so the seller can see this is the issue that the home inspector saw. This is what we want you to address. If you put something in there like we want the seller to fix the electrical, the seller could change the light bulb and say they're done. What did they just do? They fixed the electrical. So probably not what the buyer wanted. So buyer's agents, make sure you're very clear about what it is your buyer wants repaired. So there's no questions on the seller side. There's no room for interpretation, misinterpretation on the seller side. We also mentioned that we may want to put verbiage in here, like seller to provide paid in full invoices upon completion. So we don't have to worry about a mechanics lien popping up. And we also see who did the work. So if that's something that's important to you or your buyer, you need to include that verbiage. It's not just going to happen. We also talked about that performing these repairs in a good and workmanlike manner. I don't know if the seller's a handyman or not, right? Everybody has a hammer and YouTube channel. So that doesn't make us all, you know, handy, but some people are more handy than others. You guys, we call them handyman specials. You'll see them. They're out there. But with this, if you want somebody specific to do the repair, then again, you need to put it in here. So, you know, to be addressed by a general contractor or a certified electrician or, you know, whatever repairs, a licensed plumber, you know, whatever that repair is going to be. Be so specific. And guys, if this isn't enough, then attach an additional piece of paper and say, see attached, and put everything in here that you need. We don't want the seller to have any, like I said, misinterpretation or misunderstanding of this. This blue note is reminding us, we'll look at the agreement to amend tonight as well, but sometimes, you know, buyer requests repairs to the seller, submits repair requests to the sellers, and the sellers may say something like, gee, we really want to help them out, but I don't want to mess with this stuff. So in lieu of repairs, can I offer some seller pay closing costs? Or can we drop the purchase price? You know, something like that. So the repair request itself might jumpstart another round 2 of negotiations. So this is just reminding us, if we do change the terms of the contract, so if we're going to add seller pay closing costs or lower the purchase price, then we need to amend the contract. And again, that's one that we'll look at in just a second. Buyer signs on the left, seller, if they agree to do the repairs, signs on the right. If the seller doesn't agree to do repairs, then we don't have anything. But once they sign, they're like legally, contractually obligated to do the repairs listed here. Remember too, the repairs have to be agreed on in writing and signed while we're still in due diligence. So I got to have this form hashed out and complete and signed by all parties before 5 p.m. on our due diligence date. Hey, the repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. All we want in due diligence, the buyer just wants that reassurance. Now, knowing what I know, seller and I are moving forward, and the seller has agreed to do these repairs. Questions on that one? Owners Association disclosure addendum. We got to start with a note. This note tells us when the RPOS is not required. So for example, if this is a new construction or vacant lot and land, the RPOS isn't required for new construction or never before lived in dwelling. Vacant land that somebody is buying maybe in an HOA that they're going to build on. we're not disclosing the property with this. We're just disclosing the owners association. Remember, or you may know, there's a few pages in the RPOs, a section in the RPOs that addresses the HOA if applicable. So if we're not using that form, we still need to address that, and this is what that covers. So here's our owners association information. What did your HOA dues pay for? The seller can come through and check the things that it covers. Just various information about the HOA. Here's that list of covenants and articles and bylaws and all that good stuff that we're asking the seller to make available to the buyer, so they can review that as part of their due diligence. So buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. So owners association disclosure addendum, when we're not using an RPOs, but we still want to disclose the HOA information. Questions on this one?
What is the form number on that?
This is 2A12T.
We need this notice form for the test.
So you're going to get a test question that gives you a scenario. It's going to ask you, what form would you use? So we need a basic understanding of the forms, which is why we're going over them. Vacation rental addendum. Does anybody live down at the coast or up in the mountains, the lake? Shall we dream, right? So right now we're probably not in a heavily vacation populated place. I mean, Winston-Salem's lovely, let's face it, but people aren't vacationing here, right? So if you ever get down to the coast or maybe around, Ballew's Lake or, something like that, where you're dealing with vacation properties, you're going to have to get a lot more knowledgeable on vacation properties, selling vacation properties, but there's resources and you have a bit. If the property being sold is currently being used as a vacation rental property, then we need to include the vacation rental addendum. So we can use 2T with the vacation rental addendum. Property is subject to vacation rental as defined by the Act during the following time periods. Reservations made with an online vendor must be disclosed and may be subject to the Vacation Rental Act. And then we got information about those vacation rentals that are already on the books. So again, if the buyer buys, they're going to honor these existing vacation rentals. And it probably tells us in here somewhere, the Vacation Rental Act requires that when the buyer buys, they have to honor what's on the books for 180 days after closing. So the reservations that are already there. So if they want to buy this property and use it as a vacation property, then they can have everything on the books. But if they want to use it for their own personal use, they got to hang tight for 6 months for that first 180 days after closing, because they got to honor those vacation rentals, reservations. Is their rental manager, get their information. Again, y'all, there's a whole act in North Carolina about vacation rental properties. So you'll just need to make sure you get, and the Real Estate Commission's website is a great place to start because they have good information on there about the Vacation Rental Act. Questions on this one?
Julie, it's not gonna knock you off schedule if I just ask you to repeat one thing for me that you already went over a few slides back, is it?
I'll try. What you what you got?
I thought I had it, but then I mixed it up. For the new construction, the forms, the first one was an 800 something that's used in the earlier stages. And then the second one was a something 2T that was used when it's
So the 800T is the sales contract. New construction addendum attaches to 2T. So it's the new construction addendum, and it is 2A3T. So 2A3T, the addendum goes with 2T, 800T rides alone.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Short sales. These may be making a comeback. Last couple years, we had a lot of people buy underwater, which means the day they own their property, they were underwater, because that's what happens when you pay more than, $100,000 more than asking price, right? It takes you a lot longer to build that equity. And some out there fear, there's consequences to everything, right? And some out there fear that one of the consequences from that crazy seller's market we're coming out of is we might see a rash of foreclosures and short sales. So again, if you're in these situations, get with your BIC, read the forms, make sure you're best representing your buyer and seller. I don't think it's going to look like the housing market crash. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that back in 08, 09, 2010. It wasn't fun time in real estate at all. I don't think it's going to look like the housing market crash, but I do think we are going to have some kind of consequences, and short sales and foreclosures are going to be part of that. So with the short sale, the seller is underwater, which means they owe more than the property is worth. And they can't sell the property and pay off all their liens and all their bills. Short sale may be a way for the seller to avoid foreclosure. The lender has to give us the go-ahead if they would even consider a short sale. If the short sale isn't approved or the lender says no, then foreclosure may be their only option. For the seller, a short sale is a lot easier for them. It's easier process. It doesn't stay with them as long. A foreclosure will stay on your credit for like 7 years. A short sale is only going to stay with you for like 3. So for the seller, this is the way to go, but it all comes with lender's approval. The first thing this form does is define a short sale. Purchase price is insufficient for the seller to pay the cost of the sale, and the seller doesn't have sufficient liquid assets. So they sell the house, they drain their bank account, and they still don't have enough. Those are first 2 steps there. The second step for short sale approval is we have to have all of the lien holders. Usually in this case, we're dealing with more than one lien holder. We have to have all the lien holders to agree to release their liens, accepting less than what they're owed. And that's where a short sale becomes a process, because the lien holder's approval, there's nothing short about it. They say on average to expect about 6 months for the lien holder's approval. And the contract piece won't start until we know that the lien holders have given us the thumbs up to move forward. So buyers aren't doing due diligence. We're not getting loan approval. I mean, nobody's doing anything. We're just sitting here, step 1, waiting on the lien holder's approval.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why would a lender even allow you to pay $100,000 over price?
Well, I guess if you got the money, they were. That's what we did 2 years ago. You knew it wasn't going to appraise, so buyers had to have the money somewhere. Lenders give you what they say, and buyers come up with the difference. Lender doesn't care, There's got to be consequences to this. I'm with you, Eric. Like, why would you want to pay 100,000 more? But that's the crazy kind of market we were in, It was absurd. I mean, it wasn't even crazy. It was just silly. Risks. There are risks. I think the biggest risk to understand is there are no guarantees that we're going to get the lien holder's approval. I don't know. They're not even going to touch the file until we have a signed contract in our hand, until we have a legitimate buyer wanting to buy. Then they will go through their process, see how much they're going to lose. Is it worth it to them? Is it better for them to do a short sale versus a foreclosure? You know, the lender's got to protect themselves as well. So they got to weigh out all the options, and that's where the process, I hate to say slow it down, but that's where the process slows down. Another important thing about this form is it creates a contingency. The contingency that it creates, the contingency is actually on the seller. And the contingency basically says, if the seller can't get the lien holder's approval, then they're not obligated to sell. So this is a contingency. The seller can't sell without the lien holder's approval. And if just one says no, then the seller can walk away legally. The seller won't face consequences because of the contingency. Another fun thing about this form, we're going to address other offers and contracts. Now we're going to talk about it dealing with backup offers, but with a short sale, you may have multiple contracts. The lien holder can only give approval for one. And remember, we have that contingency. So if we have 4 contracts, the lien holder approves one, then the seller's not obligated to complete the sale for the other 3 because the contingency wasn't met. So the seller's saying, I can't sell you my home if I don't get lien holder's approval. The lien holder wants to see all the contracts, though. They want to see all the information, again, to figure out what's the best for them. So if another contract or another offer comes in, the seller needs to negotiate it, go under contract. I mean, that piece never changes. Where it changes is once we have a signed contract. And that's when things start looking a little bit different, and we might have multiple contracts. Buyer signs on the left, seller on the right. And then the last page of this, the seller is required to notify the buyer in writing when we have approval of short sale. So page 4 of this addresses that. We don't have to worry about, sending an email or whatever. This is notice of approval, short sale, and you can see only the seller signs it. What they're doing is letting the buyer know the lien holders have approved. It is time to move forward. It is time to finish this out and close this out. There's also a short sale addendum that goes with the listing agreement. So if you're listing a property that's a potential short sale, you'll have your listing agreement with that short sale addendum. When the offer comes in, you'll have the offer to purchase and contract with this short sale addendum. Again, get with somebody. If you find yourself working with buyer or seller, get with somebody. Questions on that?
Is there many short sale properties on the market now?
I haven't looked lately, Grace, but we do. To your point, we have to disclose that it's a short sale potential. So MLS has a tag just for it, calling it short sale potential. So the buyers need to know, again, you guys, the name of this game is patience. On average, we could be waiting 6 months for the lien holder's approval. That means it could be less than 6 months. It could be more than 6 months. So the buyer needs to understand that going into it before they even see the property, not alone make an offer. So that is, at listing agents, that is a material fact that we have to disclose. It's a short sale potential, but I have no guarantee until we have a contract and then they review it. But we got to alert those buyers.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
it is a material fact. Okay.
Yep. I've done 2 of these as a buyer's agent. One I got through in 4 months. I was shocked. I was like, oh, everybody said 6 months and look at us go. I ate my words later. My second one, it was like 11 and a half months before we were all in tears. It was, it was so long, but we got through it and they got their house. And like I said, the name of the game is patience. That's all we can do is just be patient. It's not like you can call the lien holder every other day and say, have you gotten it yet? Have you gotten it? We just wait. And one day you get a phone call I'll never forget where I was, what I was doing when I got that phone call. Y'all know those moments in your life that you'll that you'll never ever forget. That 11 and a half month one. That was one of those moments in my life.
Was it worth it for your buyer?
It was. It
Okay.
was. My buyers really wanted this house. They got a good deal. My buyers are actually really good friends of mine. Like I was in their wedding, their daughter was in mine. You know, we're like really, really good friends. They're still living there. They joke with me every once in a while about selling it. I say, no, it's too soon. It's too soon. We're not, you know, like y'all are hanging on to this until she goes to college. So we got we got more time, but they it was all worth it in the end. Absolutely. They really, really wanted that house. They were living with his parents during that year. They really, really wanted that house. Other questions? Let's go ahead and take our first break. We come back, we're going to do CD number 4. All right. So let's talk about this CD number 4. Again, we're not gonna go through it step by step, the detail that we did before. But we do want to make sure everybody's good. We don't have questions. We'll address the math, that kind of thing. So everybody have it up, have it in front of you. Everybody get a chance to look at it. You see head bobs, cool. So, I think we want to look at this stuff at the top first, kind of giving us information to know about the problem. So just a quick glance, it reminds us to use a 365-day year. Talks about rounding, for example, not to round off your figures, go out at least 3 decimal places, they say, until you get to the very last calculation. If you're off a penny or two, it's all multiple choice. So if you're only off a few cents, you'll be able to look at A, B, C, or D and say close enough. The answer choices aren't going to be pennies off. So you're not going to miss by rounding alone. Just don't go crazy. At a minimum, go out to 2. Give yourself some change since we're dealing with money. So if we got trying to see this the best we can on both sides here. There we go. So if we got a sales price of $465,800. Remember, this is a double entry thing, meaning we're going to see it twice. And where we're going to see it specifically is in K, it's a debit to the buyer, and M is in Mary. Debit the buyer, credit the seller. That's the whole gist of our 17-page offer to purchase and contract. The buyer agrees to pay the seller in exchange for the property. So debit the buyer, credit the seller in K and M. K is in Kelly, M is in Mary. We have a closing date of May 19th. On y'all's exam tomorrow, I suggest writing that date somewhere on both sides, page 1 and page 2, just to save yourself some test time. We know we're going to need that date. We know we're going to refer back to it. So this way we don't have to keep hunting around. So just jot it down at the top or bottom or wherever, so you can reference it. We have an earnest money deposit of $5,000 and a due diligence fee of $1,500. Both of these are going to be a credit to the buyer in L as in Larry. So L1, this has the earnest money. And then L6 has the due diligence fee. Yeah.
I was getting a little confused on the due diligence fee part for the seller. I know it's due from the seller, but if the due diligence was paid to the seller and they get to keep it, why are we debiting it?
Because we need to reverse what we did. Because consider this, Tink. If we allow the seller to keep it, right? If we don't turn around and debit it. So let's just pretend that our sales price is 100,000 purchase price. And then we negotiate due diligence of 1,000. The seller is going to get more than what we contractually agreed to. I'm going to give you 100,000 and then I'm going to give you 1,000 due diligence. So how much is the seller actually getting?
101,000.
101. The contract says 100. So if we undo what we did, reverse what we did, then that's going to get us back to our sales price. What did I do there? 100,000.
But they won't actually, it'll just be credited to the buyer, but the seller's not technically giving anything back.
Nobody's handing anybody money. We're debit and credit on the settlement statement. So no, the seller's not handing them the check back. We're just debiting in from them because they've already received it. So we have to indicate that on the settlement statement. So as we just said, we put the due diligence under L as in Larry. It's also a double entry. It also goes under N as in Nancy. Credit the buyer, debit the seller. Ezra, did you have a question?
So for tomorrow, we're gonna need these.
Yes, bring a blank CD for your test tomorrow.
How many?
If you
Just
want
one?
two, you want one, if you want five, I just, however many you feel comfortable with. Questions on the due diligence or earnest money? Both are credits to the buyer. Due diligence is a debit to the seller. And then we got a couple things here, kind of break this down. I got financing, the buyer's getting a loan of $419,220. On the day of settlement, that loan amount is a credit to the buyer. They are bringing that money in on behalf of the borrower. So that loan amount is going to go in L. We have an interest rate of 5.25%. Then we're told we have 1% loan origination fee. Lender charges, any charges by the lender will always be of the loan amount. So you take your loan amount of $419,220, times it by 1%, and that gives us our loan origination fee in A of $4,192.20. Then we have fun thing number one. Seller has agreed to pay the 0.5% loan discount point, the half a loan discount point. Remember, the number of discount points shakes out to the percentage of the loan. So one discount point is 1%. A half a discount point is a 0.5%. So the first thing we need to do is calculate how much that 0.5% is. So the 0.5% discount point times the loan amount is going to give the buyer paying the lender a discount point in A on $2,096.10. We have to show that the buyer is paying the lender the discount point because that's who has the relationship. There is nothing signed whatsoever between the lender and the seller. They don't have a relationship. The lender can only collect money from the borrower. So we've got to show the buyer paying the lender. That is a buyer charge. As a negotiation, aside from the buyer and the lender, the seller and the buyer have agreed that the seller is going to pay that half a discount point. So in a sense, what we need to show, we got to show the buyer paying it, which we just showed in A. But then we have to show that side negotiation between buyer and seller, where the seller, in a sense, is going to reimburse the buyer. So the discount point always goes in A. And because the seller is paying the buyer, we're going to come back down to page 2, and we're going to see A, credit the buyer in L, and a debit the seller in N. Let me see if I can't make this. So we got to show the buyer paying the lender. You cannot avoid that. The buyer will always pay the lender. The lender doesn't care about the seller. And then we're going to show in L9 and N11, credit the buyer, debit the seller.
Could you repeat that, please? The
Yes.
last part about how you show that the seller paid it.
So then we have the seller, debit the seller, and N is paying the buyer, credit the buyer. Debit the seller, credit the buyer, and N and L.
And on A1 too, that's a triple.
It's a triple entry. So this is what's going on. I know I don't have any accountants, but maybe we got an accounting brain. How do you cancel out a debit? With a credit. So on page 1, we did a debit the buyer. On page 2, we did a credit the buyer, debit the seller. What happened to the buyer's discount point he paid on page 1? It went away. It canceled itself out. So now what we're left is with the debit the seller, that outside agreement between the two parties. Questions on that? The 5.25% interest rate, hang on to that for now. We're going to have to come back to that in just a second when we pick our interim interest up. But we'll get to it. I don't want you guys skipping around. I want you going in order. So don't see the interest rate and then fast forward to interim interest. Promise me. Go in order, because if you skip around, you're going to skip something. So you may have to go back up into the problem, but I'd rather you go back up than skip around going down. Then we have brokerage commission of 5.5% of the sales price. This is the deal where the listing firm has the earnest money. The listing firm is the escrow agent. And at closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So the first thing we need to do is figure out what the 5.5% of the sales price commission is. And I think we got an amount that was like 25,000. How do they list it here? 25,000 something. Okay, so it's $25,619 is the total commission. I'm going to jot that down up here so we can reference it. The total commission is $25,619. You take 5.5% of the purchase price, and we get a total commission. The firm already has $5,000 of that. Remember, everything on page 1 is a debit to a third party. So listing agent, when you go back to the closing attorney's office to pick your check up, you're not going to pick a check up for $25,619. You are going to pick a check up for $20,619. You're going to pick the check up for the commission minus the earnest money. So seller pays commission. This is H, is in Heather 1. And the commission that the seller is paying to the firm is the amount of the check for $20,619. If you cut them a check for $25,619, then the firm's received more because they're retaining that earnest money. We still have to charge the seller an extra $5,000 because they have a listing agreement saying that they were going to pay us $25,619. So far we've only collected $20,619 from them. So now we need to go back down to page 2, seller's debits, N as in Nancy. And we either need to do a write-in as they did here, which I kind of like. And 12, there's a debit to the seller for $5,000. So now they've paid the $20,619 straight to the firm, made a check straight out to the firm. And we're going to charge them that extra $5,000 So the seller is paying 5.5% of the sales price commission.
Is that a credit also?
To the buyer, the earnest money deposit is always a credit to the buyer. And that's what we already did in L. We good? There's two funny things. Seller has a loan payoff. That's a debit to the seller. In L, specifically, they put it in L4. They got to pay off all their outstanding loans and deeds of trusts and balances. So this one has a payoff amount, $388,450. N4, did I just say L or N? N4, I'm sorry, N. Debit the seller. Homeowners insurance annual premium. Page 1, insurance company is a debit or is a third party. So we're going to come up to page 1, F as in Frank. Buyer paid at closing, first year, homeowners insurance annual premium. Right below that is a PMI for the first year, 1,485. Again, that's a prepaid, still under F as in Frank. F2, buyer paid at closing. They're paying for their first year of homeowners insurance. They're paying for their first year of PMI. F1 and F2. Then I have real property taxes, $4,880 unpaid. So let's look at this. And when I look at this, when I prorate, how do I look at it? I draw it out. Is it an annual timeline? If we're doing monthly HOA dues, it might be a monthly timeline. I think to prorate, we need to look at some kind of timeline so we can see what it is that we're looking at. Closing is May 19th. Seller owned the property the front part of the year. Oops. Buyer will own the property the latter part of the year. We just took that verbiage of the proration and put it in a picture. This is much easier for me to see than to try to think about who owned when, da-da-da. I like to see it. So I do recommend drawing it out. It's unpaid. Did the problem have to tell you that it was unpaid? Closing's May 19th. Has it been paid? No way. Keep that September 1st date in your mind. If it closes before September 1st, taxes have not been paid. So it's unpaid, which means somewhere later in the year, the buyer will be responsible for the entire year's taxes. If the buyer's going to be responsible, if the buyer's going to pay for the entire year, the question is, who owes whom?
the seller's gonna owe the buyer.
The seller owes the buyer. So it's going to shake out as a debit the seller, credit the buyer. And what the seller owes the buyer for is the period of time that they own the property, including the day of closing. Because in North Carolina, we consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. So the seller
I
owes the buyer.
could never get that. I worked that problem, but I didn't think about the September deal.
My
My numbers never would come up, and I was just like, by the end of the day, I was done. I was like, I can't do this anymore because I couldn't figure.
I wish you would have shot me a quick message. We would you would have had to go through all that.
I was like, oh,
Yes, 30 days in April and then 19 days in May. Remember, you guys, tomorrow for your test, I'm going to let you guys get started and then I'll come in the chat because y'all going to do the math at the end anyway, right? So I'm going to let you guys get started and I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to say January equals 31, February equals 28, March equals 31. So you guys are going to have the number of days in the chat when you're ready to do your math problems, when you're ready to prorate. Everybody good with that? I don't expect you to memorize days for this test. Okay. So we got 31 days in January, 28 February, 31 in March, 30 in April, 19 in May. So we have I'm showing 139 days that the buyer owes the seller. Is that what you guys came up with? 139 days? Yep, yep, okay. Everybody good so far? We figured out that the seller owes the buyer, and we figured out the period of time that the seller owes the buyer for. It's a period of time that they own the property. Annual taxes, I jotted it down, were $4,880. The problem told us to use a 365-day year. So we take annual taxes divided by 365 to get daily. I'm getting $13.37 a day, give or take. We know the seller owes the buyer for 139 days. So I have a total debit the seller, credit the buyer for $1,858. $858.43, give or take.
Julie, question about
Yes.
that, not the amount, but the location. So for some reason, I'm putting that amount
Wait,
down.
wait. Is everybody good with the math before I go back to the CD? Can I erase the pink? Is everybody good? Okay, all right. Let's go look at the CD, Tink. Let's see.
I know
So-
you're about tired of me asking questions anyway from this
Not
weekend.
at all. I'd rather you ask than not. All right, so we just said this is a debit the seller, credit the buyer, right? Remember our big D's and our big C's? The seller's D is N. The buyer's C is L. Credit the buyer, debit the seller. Specifically taxes, again, anywhere down here, because we're not separating them for our purposes, but if you want to write it in, that's fine too, and just call it taxes. But we got to show credit the buyer, debit the seller. The buyer, the seller is, in a sense, prepaying their portion of the taxes. This is that much less money that the buyer has to bring to closing. They're receiving this money from the seller at settlement in a form of a debit and credit. This is that much less they have to bring to closing. Did that answer where?
Yes, I was looking at it wrong. I was right. I got the
Second guess
taxes and
yourself,
the something else mixed up.
Okay. Debit the
You said
seller, credit the buyer. Yeah,
property taxes go where?
I'm on L12 and N14. Cheryl, did you get, I saw your chat. Cheryl P, did you get?
Yeah, that was the one. I mean, that was the one. Well, first off, I didn't do the division by the 365. So that was my first mistake. I divided it by 12. So now I see, and it's like, okay, it makes sense. And I think I was with all the other, it was just like, and by the time I was doing that one and I couldn't get it to come out, I was just like, this is killing my brain right now.
So now you're frazzled and ain't nothing coming out now, right? So yeah,
Exactly. I was like,
sometimes
I
it's
had to
better just
close
to
it
put
up
it
and put
down
it
and walk
away.
away. Yep. Totally get that.
Yeah,
Look at it in a whole new light later.
right. Exactly.
Everybody
Confused.
good? Yeah, Eric, your
You
camera's
said,
popped on. There you are.
you said the property tax is a credit
To the buyer
in this situation.
in this situation because they're unpaid at settlement.
If it was paid, it would be K and M.
It would be K and M or a double debit. No, unpaid, unpaid. You're right. K and M. Forget I said that. It would be K and M. Can I erase the pink? You good? Eric, the other scenario, if it's unpaid after September 1st, y'all write that date down, September 1st, very important. If it's unpaid after September 1st, then we're going to do a double debit. And because we're paying the third party tax, the double debit would be debit the buyer their portion, buyer paid at closing, debit the seller their portion, seller paid at closing. So unpaid is either L and N before September 1st or H after September 1st.
In other words, unpaid is always going to be the bottom.
Say that again.
Unpaid will always be L and N.
Or after September 1st, it'll be a double debit in H, which is what we're looking at here. September 1st is your, before is L and N, after is H.
And we would have to write it in H.
Yeah, because there's not, because there's just,
There's
you
not
know,
really a,
we don't have a place for it, but
okay,
remember, because if it's a double debit, the attorney's collecting from both and then paying the taxing authority directly.
right,
So they're going to cut a check for Forsyth County on behalf of the property.
okay,
And however, I mean, Cheryl, whatever verbiage you want to use, you know, tax
Right.
or, you know, this is the buyer's portion of, you know, whatever, however you like that. But the buyer will have a debit, their portion, the seller will have a debit, their portion,
Debit.
because we're paying a third party now. A
Right,
true
okay.
proration is a debit to one party, credit to the other. A double debit is not a proration. We're just paying. I wish they did that.
Yeah,
Nobody ever calls and asks me, ever. But September 1st, before is L and N, after is H. Good on that? All right, let's see what else we got. Back to our problem. Where are we? Okay, then we got our loan escrows. So remember with these, this is the lender collecting a couple months of escrow items for a couple reasons. One, they want to fund the escrow account. And two, they also want to give themselves a little bit of cushion for in the event taxes or insurance or PMI goes up next year, they still have that money to pay on behalf of the borrower. So they're going to collect loan escrows in this month. In this case, we're going to take 8 months of property taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of PMI. So we need to go back up into the problem and find this year's taxes, this year's HOA, I'm sorry, not HOA, this year's homeowners insurance, and then this year's PMI. We have those annual amounts. You divide them by 12 to get monthly amounts. So annual divided by 12 to get monthly. And then you multiply the monthly times the number of months. 8 months taxes, 2 months homeowners insurance, and 2 months PMI. All loan escrows go on page 1 under G, is in Jenny. And you can see our 2 months of homeowners insurance, 2 months of mortgage insurance or PMI, and then 8 months of taxes. Questions on our escrow deposits? We got a credit report fee and appraisal. In this case, it tells us they were both paid at the time of application. We know from our cheat sheet that we're probably going to look over real quick tomorrow before class that they are POC items. They are paid outside of closing items unless you're told otherwise. Both can be found under B. The important thing about these, if you put them on, I think that's great, but make sure you get it in the buyer paid before closing column. They've already paid for them. We don't want to charge them again. Then we got some miscellaneous expenses. They're telling us to charged at closing to the respective parties according to standard practice or as indicated. Again, what is standard practice? That's a cheat sheet you guys have. So make sure you look that over for the exam tomorrow to refresh yourself on that. First, we're going to do interim interest. So let me get my whiteboard back up, but I need a loan amount. Need a closing date. And I need an interest rate. So interim interest. First off, if the buyer's buying the property on May 19th, When is their first mortgage payment going to be due?
July.
July 1. That's right. So they're gonna skip that first. The first is June 1st. There is no mortgage payment. The first after you buy a home. Tell your buyer that. That's good news. They want to hear they get a month free. Because I mean, they just bought a dang house, so that's good news. Don't worry, the lender will get their money. Don't worry about that because they charge interest in arrears. So we won't have a payment in June. The first mortgage payment will be on July 1st. Because we don't have a payment in June, the lender needs to collect for the remainder of May. So they want to collect the day of closing from the buyer through the end of May. And they're going to collect 31. They're going to collect 13 days. It's the rest of May, including the day of settlement. This is between the buyer and the lender. The buyer owes interest on the day the loan is originated. Questions on the 13 days? Now we got to figure out how much. It's a lender charge. All lender charges are of the loan amount. So we're going to start with our loan amount, the balance, times the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Take annual interest and break it down to daily by dividing by 365. So we got interest on this property for $60.30 a day, give or take. I took the balance times the interest rate to get annual interest. Divided that by 365 to get daily. We've already decided the buyer owes for 13 days. So $60.30. It's 13 days gives us $783.90. This is what the buyer owes their lender for interim interest. Questions on this before we go back to the CD? Questions on the math? So on the CD, they call this a prepaid because since interest is paid in arrears, in this case, they're paying the rest of May's interest in advance. So page 1 under F as in Frank, we have our prepaids. What they call prepaid interest is interim interest. F3, interim interest, the buyer owes the lender to get caught up on their interest payment. We got 2 title insurance policies, one for the lender and one for the soon-to-be new owner. They're going to pay for that policy now. It's going to kick in as soon as that deed records. Title insurance is in C as in cat. You can add those together and put one amount in, or if you want to keep them separate, then you can just write them in however you see it better. But we got a lender's policy for 474 and an owner's policy for 85. That total 559 in C. Attorney's fee is also in C. Buyer paid attorney's fee. C1. Seller pays to have the deed prepared. There's a difference in preparing the deed versus recording the deed. Nod your head, you see those differences. Seller pays to have the deed prepared. So that's going to be still in C, but that $100 is going in the seller paid at closing. Buyer pays to have the deed recorded. Buyer also pays to have the lender's deed of trust recorded. Both under E as in Elizabeth. Again, if you want, you don't have much room here to separate them out. So you may just want to put the deed here, the mortgage here, and then the total on that line. So we got $15 deed recording, $24 deed of trust recording. Excise tax, seller pays the excise tax. Excise tax is 5/100ths of the purchase price, which means we're going to take that purchase price of 465, 800, divide by 500. So we get $931.60. Always remember, you guys, the key to excise tax is you're never going to have change. So whenever you have change, once you divide by 100, you always round up, always up. Even if it's 931.01, we would still round up to 932. That goes in E as in Elizabeth. Seller paid at closing $932. Wood destroying insects or pest report. Looks like they got it on the wrong line, but they got it in the right place. Still under C. C is in cat. $220. If there's a home warranty, they have to tell you who's paying the home warranty because there is no standard. There is no custom. It's a negotiable thing. So I got a home warranty to be paid by the seller. We can find the home warranty under H, as in Heather. Here's $500. Home warranty to be paid by the seller. And then each party has a courier fee or a wire transfer fee or some kind of fee to, because the seller's got to pay off their loan. The buyer has money coming in from their lender, so that's some kind of fee. Wire transfer, courier fee, $25 for each. And we're still in H as in Heather. 25 buyer paid at closing, 25 seller paid at closing. And then we just add. Again, if you want to add up each section and do the form the way it's supposed to be done, then you add up A, B, and C. D is the tally of A, B, and C. Then you add up E, F, G, and H. I is the tally. You can see all this right here. It kind of tells you what it's doing here. E plus F plus G plus H. And then J is D plus I. So they're asking you to subtotal and then total again. Me, I just straight up add. I don't even mess with the subtotal stuff. I don't mess with D and I. I just add. Buyer paid at closing, seller paid at closing. Those are the first two test questions tomorrow from the CD. What is the buyer paid at closing J and the seller paid at closing J? Like I said, you guys, however you get there, however you see that, makes no difference. These are multiple choice. So however you get here, straight up adding, just saves you a little bit of time. Questions from anything on page 1? Now that we have these figures on page 1, before you do anything else, I want you to take these numbers from J and put them where they belong on page 2. Hands down, this is the number one reason to miss these test questions, is because we forget to take the bottom, the J, and put them on page 2. So now that we've tallied up page 1, we're going to put the buyer's J in K3, K is in Kelly. We're going to put the seller's J in N2, N is in Nancy. From here, this is when I like to fold page 2 longwise. So I can just focus on the buyer first and then the seller. Buyer's on the left. Everything in K is all of the buyer's debits. So there's the purchase price. There's what we tallied on page 1, their debits to third parties. Everybody they owe something, they owe everybody else. Then we add up L is in Larry. L is all of their credits. Again, you may want to consider, if it's helpful, if you see it, before you guys start the CD tomorrow, debit the buyer, credit the buyer. So we can see K is all of their debits. L is all of their credits. So write your D's and C's if that's helpful. The buyers credits, there's that $5,000 earnest money, there's the loan amount, the due diligence fee, that discount point that the seller agreed to pay, and the seller's portion of the taxes. So we add up K, we get $480,692 and some change. We add up L and we get $429,674 and some change. The third test question is going to be cash to close from the buyer. K minus L tells us how much your buyer has to bring to closing. K minus L, debits minus credits. Question on the buyers. Buyers on the left.
So this is the money that the buyer is giving to the seller.
This is the money that the buyer is bringing to closing. So we're going to tell them to go get cashier's check or wire transfer for $51,018. They're giving the seller the purchase price. They're giving the seller $465,800, but there's more involved than the purchase price. So once you factor in all their credits and everything, they're bringing $51,018. Then the seller's on the right. Again, M is in Mary, is all of the seller's credits. N is in Nancy, is all of the seller's debits. If the D's and C's help you. So for the seller, we're doing the opposite, right? Because they're going to have, typically speaking, they're going to have more credits than debits. They're going to get money. The buyer owes, so their debits are going to be more than their credits. The seller's going to get, hopefully. So credits minus debits now, doing it backwards. Seller's credits, we just have the purchase price. That's the only credit this seller has. And M is in Mary. And then we look at their debits. So there's their closing costs from page 1, what we tallied on page 1. There's the payoff of their first mortgage, that due diligence fee debited to them at settlement, the discount point they promised to pay, and then the rest of the commission that they owe. And then their portion of the taxes that they're paying the buyer. So M in this case is the purchase price. Tally up all of N as in Nancy for all of their debits. Debits minus credits tells us how much hopefully your seller is going to get. If N is more than M, the seller's going to have to bring money to settlement. If their debits are more than their credits, they are underwater and they will have to bring money. And there's your fourth test question. What's the cash to the seller? So what do we think? Was going through it better than the second time, better than the first time? Seeing it again? Working your way through it? It's not horrible. Questions? Take a break?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
You know, the first page total, you gave the question that's gonna come out. A buyer, what's buyer's pays at closing, that's J, you say, total of J's. in bold. Okay, that helps because English is my second language and it's kind of like, yeah.
So yeah, so you'll have, one question will be, what is the buyer's paid at closing, J? Another question is, what is the seller's paid at closing, J?
And then the last one you said was, what's the cash to the seller? How much?
And then question number 3 is the cash from the buyer. And then question 4 is the cash to the seller.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
So the bottom of both pages are your test questions. There's 6 math total. So there's 4. You have 2 standalone prorations. Just 2 proration problems. Is that good? Good, perfect. Okay. Let's take 10. We are back. Any other questions about our closing disclosure? You feel pretty good about it? This is what I have to say to you guys. Take your time. You have plenty of time. So these 6 math questions are at the very end. They're the last 6 questions of the test. So I recommend, what is that? 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35. So I recommend doing the first 34. You know, just go through and do the other problems first. If you bookmark something, if you skip something, go back and do all those first. Complete the first 34 questions. And then when you're done with that, now you know how much time you have to spend. Obviously, this CD is going to take you a minute, right? If you get a chance to look over it tomorrow, then you might be able to get your time up a little bit, but I know we work too. So you want to allow yourself time, but I don't want you guys spending all this time on the CD and running out of time to not be able to answer the first 34 questions. You can miss 10 questions and there's only 6 math. So don't use up all your time on the math and not answer the others. Does that make sense? Always save it for last. We good? We CD'd out? Closing it. It's going. It can come back if it needs to. I'm available. I'm teaching again tomorrow morning, but I'm available breaks and stuff too. So, and I'm done, you know, at some point. So, if you guys get stuck or something, just reach out to me tomorrow. I'll be able to get back to you on my break and stuff. Just, you know, I may not be able to get back to you right away, but don't hesitate to reach out to me tomorrow with any last minute questions. My plan for tomorrow, we should be able to get through everything else tonight. We're going to finish our forms up and I got a few more things in our PowerPoints. So if we can do that, then my plan tomorrow to be come in and do a review. Give us a couple minutes to give us a minute break, and then we'll get that test. We get 3 hours, so I need to get it started by 6:30. But I think the review right before the test will kind of help hone in on specifics. So that's my
Julie.
plan. Yes.
Which video on YouTube has the when we first went over that form on it? Because I
So we
searched
have,
for it.
when we first went over it, it's in the YouTube channel. Do you have that link? And I think it's the second class when we start talking about CD4. I think it's the second class there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we
And-
did that. We did that Wednesday. So
So
do you have the
how will-
link? Do you have the link, Cheryl? Sorry, Grace. Do you have the link for the YouTube channel? Okay, perfect.
Eric said he has it. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Grace.
No, sorry. How do we go about taking the test? Do we need to get some link? I thought I saw something on email.
So we'll talk just second come exam, but yeah, you guys log on to Zoom tomorrow like you always do. When we're ready to take the test, I'm going to do a quick check-in. I'll talk about that in a minute as well.
Okay.
And then when we're ready to start the test, I will put the link to the exam in
Okay.
the Zoom chat.
Thank
So
you.
then you just click on the link and away you go.
Okay.
Don't forget too, you guys, if you're not familiar with ClassMarker, go back to that email from Lane with the bad Zoom link, you know, the one we all
Yeah.
tried to log in first and none of us got here. Go
Uh-huh.
back to that email from Lane and there's a tutorial on ClassMarker. So it shows you how you can navigate through, how you can bookmark a question, skip a question, that kind of thing. So I do suggest watching the tutorial if you're not familiar with ClassMarker, so you can kind of see how it works. It's
Thank
pretty
you.
user friendly, of course. You get like a question per screen. So you answer it, skip it, or bookmark it, and you can go back and forth. It's pretty user friendly. But I think the tutorial might alleviate some, you can say you've seen it before tomorrow. So yeah, that email from Lane with the bad Zoom link. And that is one thing I will do tonight, no matter how we're doing on time. At some point, I do kind of want to go over some exam rules and expectations. Remember, the big thing is that you guys are in a distraction-free zone tomorrow. I can't have you talking. I can't have other people in the room with you. I can't have you talking. So be alone, just you and me and your laptop tomorrow during that test. When we're given the test, I won't be sharing my screen. So you guys won't have anything to look at. You can actually like minimize Zoom and tuck it off to the side where you're just focusing on the test. I watch you guys watch your test. But I don't want y'all to be distracted by each other. You know what I'm saying? So you minimize it and tuck it off to the side. All right, more fun with forms. This is the one I'm going off syllabus. They don't necessarily need us to talk about this one in this class, but I don't know. I'm a big fan of this one. I think this is our form. This is our CYA form. Cover your assets. See what I did there? This is the form that can protect us as the agents. This is called the Professional Services Disclosure and Election, and I'm a huge fan of this form. So we list different services that buyer or seller may or may not use during the time we're together, the listing process, the contract to close process, etc. And we're going to go through these services and we're going to indicate the buyer or seller is going to waive or select the service that they want. We need an attorney, right? We know this, right? So we're going to have them select that service. They're going to initial here. And then we're going to take it a step further. We're going to say who contacts the attorney. Is it the client? Is it the agent? And who is the attorney? What is the name of the service provider? So we just have them go through. It's a good way to really focus on having this conversation about the importance of some of these services. Some are more important than others as well. And, different transactions may vary as well as too. So it's kind of a different conversation with each buyer, each seller, each transaction. It's as it relates to this transaction. Are we going to do a home warranty? We got inspections kind of separated. There's your home inspection, HVAC, pool, spa, radon, septic, etc. Re-inspection, if agreed to. And all they're doing is saying, yes, I want this service, or no, I don't. Why this is our form? Let's see, here's our survey. I like this before I say much more. Because the survey gives us a little bit of information down here. And then you got places for write-in. So if there's a service they want that's not listed, then we can always fill it in. When you follow the asterisks, it takes you to the note regarding surveys. And it talks about the importance of the survey, of knowing the legal description, of knowing if there's any encroachments or encumbrances, that kind of thing. I think sometimes buyers are reluctant to have a survey. I think they want to save money. And the problem is they decline the survey and then they find out there was an encroachment. Title insurance may not cover that. Title insurance may not help them out. Title insurance may say, look, if you would have had the survey done when you bought, we wouldn't be here. But because you waived that service, well, there's nothing we can do about it. So I think this is a good opportunity for us as brokers to have conversations about some of these important things like surveys. Understand this. As big of a fan of this form as I am, I call this a fantastic form. If you've never heard those two words together, you just did. There it is. This is a fantastic form for us. And as wonderful as this form is, if you were standing in front of the real estate commission or if you were standing in front of a judge, I think this form is only part of it. We also need the documentation that we had the conversation. We want to prove that we talked to the importance about it. Because if you just have this piece of paper, the buyer or seller could go back and say, well, I didn't really know what I was selecting or waiving. I didn't know what it meant to waive the survey. The agent didn't explain it to me. So if you have that documentation that you explain the importance of the survey and the form with the seller or the buyer's initials that they waived it, you got a pretty good chance. Y'all, I've known a handful of agents that have had complaints filed them at the real estate commission, and they get the letter of inquiry. The letter of inquiry is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. I'll share with you one was a teammate of mine, and she got the inquiry. It was a cash buyer. They started asking her a bunch of questions about value, and she said, I can't answer questions about value. I'm not under, cash buyer. If you got a bunch of questions about value, I recommend the appraisal. Cash buyers can have the property appraised, no problem. We just don't have to, but they can. So she said, let's do an appraisal. And the buyer said, no, it's fine. I'm not worried about it. This whole conversation went down via text. Are you sure? It would answer questions about value. It lets you know. No, we're fine. And she said, all right, well, while we're at it, I also need you to waive that service. I need you to initial here. Well, guess what? These guys bought. They felt like they overpaid. You know who they came after first? Their agent. Is that horrible? That's reality, you guys. We've got to protect ourselves. So she responded to the letter of inquiry. She had that text message in her phone. That whole conversation went down via text. She had it in her phone. She had this document that had the appraisal waived, submitted it back to the commission. And the next thing she heard from them was, thank you for your cooperation. This matter has been closed. She proved to them that she talked to them about it. She encouraged them to do it and that they waived the service. So when I say just having the paper, it's a good step forward, but we may still need to have the documentation. And that proves that we just didn't look at them and say, oh, just waive it. It's no big deal. Just waive it. We want to show that we try to have the conversation about the importance of some of these services. Does that make sense? Document the snot out of everything. I'm not kidding. Because you never know. You never know. I hate to say it, but what buyer's going to turn on you? It's not like you're sitting at the closing table and the buyer's going, ho, 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 I'm going to send an email to commission warrant. You never know, So the only thing I can tell you guys is to document so you can protect yourself. I hope to God you never get a letter of inquiry. But if you do, I need you to be prepared with your documentation to respond. Was that Eric?
You said that there was an app that you used to transfer your text to your email.
I do have an app. It's really complicated. I'd love to find something new, but it's called like SMS backup or something. It's really hard. I'm about to go back to taking screenshots of all my text messages and then backing them up that way. Because my app's not, I had a great app, but they discontinued it. So I'm still struggling to find a free one. You can find some really good ones that you have to pay for, but I'm trying to avoid that. So even if you just take a screenshot of your text messages and you can save it as a PDF or whatever and load it up to your file, then you have that, that documentation. I wish they would bring my other app back. It was awesome. I don't know what happened to it. But yeah, it's SMS backup, but I got steps written down. It's complicated. I think I struggle with it. Screenshots. Same thing with your emails, you guys. Save your emails. If your email is hopefully organized, you have a folder per client, right? So you have each transaction. So anything that goes with buyer Smith, you put it in that folder. So you have everything right there. If you have, seller Jones, you have a folder. So that way you have different folders in your email that you can just dump all those, so you don't have to keep bogging down your inbox. I don't know if y'all's inbox looks like mine, but my gosh, if I can get it in a folder, right? And then I have it all right there. What your file, whatever, SkySlope, DocuSign, Dotloop, whatever your firm uses. I doubt we're still using paper file cabinets, but if that's what you're using, then we got to keep it. I think most of us are eWorld, so you can upload to, but if you're not, then just print it out and stick it in your file, in your file cabinet. Anybody remember how long we retain all records? Ezra's got it. Yep. There's Shauna. Yep. Keep everything for a minimum of 3 years. And your 3-year clock starts at the end of the transaction, successful or unsuccessful. So whenever you're done is when that 3-year clock starts. We got to keep it all for 3 years minimum. My firm uses DocuSign. What do we use? We use Dotloop. Dotloop keeps stuff for 10. We are well in compliance. So if you're using something like that, you're probably fine. If you're doing files in a file cabinet, you got to keep it for 3 years. Professional services disclosure. Let's call this your freebie for the class. It is a fantastic form. Questions on this? And let me tell y'all, the heartache that my teammate went through this process, knowing she didn't do anything wrong, knowing she had her documentation, but just the fact that it was out there in the universe, that somebody was having to deal with it. She was just about a nervous wreck, because you don't know that outcome, especially if you don't have that documentation. It just didn't seem worth it, but she had to respond. And luckily she had the documentation to respond.
So what I don't get is that how can the buyer blame the agent, your friend?
Because they felt like she discounted the appraisal. They felt like she didn't encourage them. That they said that she never told us to have an appraisal done. She just told us not to worry about value. They were trying to get, I don't know what they were trying to get, but anybody can file a letter of or a complaint. Anybody can file a complaint. You could not like the color of my hair and file a complaint. You know what I'm saying? How far is it going to get? This one didn't get far. I was so proud of her. She really handled herself well. What a nerve-wracking experience, Just thank you for cooperation. This matter's been closed. I think we went out and celebrated. Drinks and apps to celebrate, I mean, By the way, my team looks for any reason to celebrate. So I'm sure we celebrated for that amongst. We're all about celebrating the small wins. Okay. Another form is the backup contract addendum. This is the form you're going to attach to your offer to purchase and contract if your buyer wants to make an offer on a property that is already under contract. The backup contract addendum is hopeful to get this buyer into a backup position. So we're under contract. Who can remind me which offers I present to my seller? I see y'all shouting at me. All of them, Julie. We present all of them. Well, what if you're under contract and an offer comes in? Do you have to present that to your seller? Yes. Present all offers. So here's the deal. The offer that comes in, there's a good chance it's going to be better. It might be better than the contract we already have. And your seller's knee-jerk reaction is going to be, well, we'll just terminate this one and go with this one. We all need to slow down. Remember our remedies for the seller's breach? If they terminate for any reason, they're in breach, which means the buyer has a choice. They can either go after him for the money or they could go after him for specific performance. It's not as easy as just terminating this contract and accepting the new one. If this is something that they want to pursue, I would recommend that they talk to an attorney, to their attorney, to learn about those legal ramifications. It's not as easy as let's just terminate. So make sure they understand that that would be in breach and the buyer would have some legal options. So let's just pretend we're good with what we're under contract with, and another offer comes in and it has the backup contract addendum. This calls the contract we already have the primary contract, and this in hope of the primary buyer, and this in hope would put our buyer in a backup position. We negotiate the terms of the offer like we always do. Buyer and seller have to negotiate purchase price, due diligence, closing day, all that stuff still has to be negotiated. Upon acceptance, then the buyer would be in a backup position. And what this buyer in the backup position is doing is waiting, hopefully, for the termination of the primary contract. And what this says is if the primary contract terminates for any reason, the backup buyer will become the primary. Pushing. The backup buyer will become the primary. Some sellers like this. You know, think about this crazy seller's market. Backup offer came in. If this primary buyer terminates, the seller may not want to go back through the hoopla of showings and, you know, open houses and multiple offers coming in. Maybe they don't want to deal with that again, so they'll accept this and allow this buyer to hang out in a backup position. Remember, the seller doesn't have to accept any offer. So if they don't want to accept this as a backup, they don't have to. Other sellers may say, well, gee, if we have to go back in the market, then I want to see what else I can get. I want them to, you know, pit back out and see what we can get. It's going to be entirely up to the seller if we even accept this or not. There is going to be due diligence negotiated, but the backup buyer doesn't owe due diligence until and if they become the primary. So if the backup buyer never becomes a primary, then they're never cutting a check for due diligence. However, we are going to have them deposit the negotiated earnest money amount, because remember, the earnest money shows their good faith. If the backup buyer never buys, they'll get their earnest money back. If the backup becomes the primary, they'll pay the due diligence fee. And if they terminate for any reason during the due diligence period, they'll get their earnest money back. They're just showing their good faith. So this addresses the monies. You know, we can't really put dates in the contract because I don't know when the primary is going to terminate. So we're just going to kind of use a number of days instead of a date. And again, they're not going to lose their earnest money. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then the last piece of this is the seller notifying the buyer in writing that the primary is terminated and the primary is terminated and you're now in the primary position. So the backup, it's kind of funny to think about this, but pretty much what's happening is the backup is in the scenes, behind the scenes going, please terminate, because as soon as that happens, they're in that primary position. We can only have one backup. I can only have one of these. It's not like we can have a backup to the backup and a backup to the backup to the backup. We can only have one backup. This only allows for one backup buyer.
So Julie, how does this work? Like, so there's multiple offers. Is it still a backup if they go through all these multiple offers and decide not to accept those?
So I was the listing agent in a multiple offer situation once. You know, we still only accept one offer, right? So we accepted one and rejected 6, I think in that case. There were 7 offers. Those 6 that were rejected, one of them came back and made us a new offer with the backup contract addendum. Because once we rejected their offer, it was dead on the table.
Right.
So they came back because they really, really wanted this house. They came back with a brand new offer with the backup contract addendum.
Okay,
Did that answer?
yeah,
And the funny thing about that, their second offer was not near as good as their first offer. I mean, like shockingly not as good as their first offer. And my sellers were like, we already know what they're willing, because they made us an offer before. So what are they, kind of game are these people playing, They said, I'm tired. We're just going to reject it. And I said, cool. But, I think that's where they went wrong. Had they made us a second offer comparable to the first one, because we already knew what they were willing to pay. I mean, it was like, oh, I can't believe they came back the second time. I mean, it was big differences, So I guess sometimes you throw spaghetti at the wall and it sticks, and maybe that's what they were trying to do. But as it turned out, those buyers bought. So this, even if we did accept it, it would have never, it had never been a thing.
With the multiple offers and the backup, so a buyer would only need to submit a backup addendum with their original initial offer for them to become the one backup?
If it's accepted and we're already under contract. That's the key. We got to be under contract for this form to kick in. So we're not going to use this in a multiple offer situation, because you're hoping to be the primary here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, you got 7 offers, we accept 1 and reject 6. So one of those rejected offers may say, ooh, let's try this again. Now that they're under contract, let's try this again with the backup contract.
So even with that, it's still like a first come, first served after.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So if all 6 presented us an offer with the backup contract addendum, then we would negotiate a counter, but we could still only accept 1 backup, and we would have had to reject. Now we're down to 5.
And only if something happened to the first.
Right.
Say it again.
I said that's only if something happened to the first.
That's right. You never become the primary if the primary closes, right? You only become the primary if the primary terminates. So again, you're please terminate, please terminate. Isn't that funny to think about? It's like cutthroat now, isn't it? Let's see. We'll come back to that one. And let's see what this one. Lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addendum. We are going to use this on any properties built prior to, yell at me again, 1978. Yep, so anything prior to 1978. This couple things about this form. It actually serves 2 purposes. It's a seller disclosure and a buyer acknowledgement. So the first thing the seller has to do is disclose some information. Because part of its purpose is to serve as a seller disclosure, we very well may find this in the attachment in the MLS with the RPOs and the MOG. So buyer's agents, when you're looking at those attachments, if it was built prior to 1978, you'll probably find this partially filled out. We're going to talk about lead. Intact lead is in good condition, is not necessarily a hazard. We are encouraged to share. The EPA has a pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. Your firm may have a printed brochure. They may have a flat PDF that you can use. If they don't, you just go to EPA's website, and there's a whole tab on lead. So you can find that pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. This disclosure nor the pamphlet say, because the home was built prior to 1978, it has lead in it. That's not what this is saying. What this stuff is saying is, because the home was built prior to 1978, it may have lead in it. So let's help educate you and your family, particularly if you come with children. Because remember, lead poisoning affects those little developing bodies, those developing organs and bodies. So lead poisoning is most dangerous to children. By the way, before I forget, there is a lease version of this as well, because tenants often come with kids as well. So it's just about educating, people about the possible dangers of lead in the home. So there's a statement about the lead warning. First up, we have the seller disclosure, and the seller has to disclose two things. Remembering North Carolina is a caveat emptor state. I say the seller doesn't have to disclose much. The presence of lead in the home is the one thing that the seller doesn't have to disclose. The seller does have to disclose. Presence of lead is something that the seller has to disclose. Lead laws are a federal law which overrides state caveat emptor. So that's why you're not going to hear me say the seller has to disclose nothing. They don't have to disclose much. So they have to disclose the presence of lead-based paint in the home. Either they know of lead in the home or they have no knowledge of lead in the home. And then records and report. Seller has provided the buyer with available records. Seller has no reports to provide them. If they've ever had it tested for lead, they will have records and reports with the outcome of those tests. Contracted work that you pay for is supposed to test it. Do-it-yourselfers, anybody ever painted a room by yourself? If you're a do-it-yourselfer, maybe you've had it tested, maybe you haven't. But they have to disclose what they know about the presence of lead, and if they have any records or reports, they need to provide those to the buyer. So step one is a seller's disclosure. Again, this is what you're going to see completed in the attachments MLS with your RPOs and your MOB. Then the second piece of this form is a buyer acknowledgement. Buyer acknowledges receipt of the seller's statement. Buyers receive that pamphlet, Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home. So if you're not giving it to them, do not have them initial this. Only have them initial this if you're getting them that pamphlet. And then buyer checks below. They either accept the opportunity during their due diligence period to conduct a risk assessment for the presence of lead, or they waive their opportunity. So they have to indicate if they're going to use that as part of their, if they're going to have that inspected or checked out. Most of our home inspectors can help us out with testing for lead. Prepare your sellers for this. The only way to test for lead is to chip off a little paint, send it into the lab, and have them test it. Hopefully the inspector is courteous and they'll chip off like underneath the windowsill and not, right there on the side where it's a big eyesore or something. So hopefully they'll try to be discreet, but windowsills, door frames, things like that, they'll chip it off, send a little bit into the lab, have it tested.
When, Julie, when people, when they have water damage or things like that, they'll, my husband will tell them, look, your house is, built within this time frame. We have to test for this before we go in. And the same thing with asbestos.
Asbestos.
And a lot of times people are like, well, it costs too much, but you're like, they won't do the work if they don't let them test it.
Right. Because that paid contract work, and there's
Yeah.
some healthy fines for paid contractors that don't follow those testing laws. I think
Yeah.
you guys talk a little bit more about that in 301 if you haven't taken 301 yet, kind of more about that. But yeah, Cheryl, and do all contracted hire work does it? Well, no, I don't think so. But the good ones do, right? That's part of that.
It's part of it's part of because if anything happens, then it comes back on us.
Exactly.
Just like with the realtor, so.
Yep. Thank you for sharing that. I don't know if you got any HGTV fans. Chip and Joanna, you guys know your guys, Chip and Joanna, they got themselves in trouble for this a couple years, I can't tell you how many years ago. But they got themselves in trouble because they didn't have it tested, they didn't disclose. Y'all, this is a federal law. And even reality stars have to have to follow the laws. So, and I mean, they, you know, they hefty fines, they paid the fines, they're Chip and Joanna, they probably got more than we do, you know, but they've moved on and they're back in business. But I remember that. I remember when that came out. I was like, see, this just got really real for the rest of us because, you know, to see them, hear about them go through that. So I think it's a pretty real deal. But again, just have these conversations with your sellers, with your buyers. Listing agent, you're gonna initial here that you've informed the seller their obligations under this US statute, and you've made them aware of their responsibilities. So you've talked to them about disclosing, you've talked to them about sharing those reports if they have them. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. And then another thing that makes this form unique, you and I don't get to sign much, but guess what? We actually get to sign this one as a representative of the buyer or seller in this transaction dealing with lead. There's only two that I know of, contract forms that you and I get to sign. We'll see the other one in just a second. Lead-based paint hazard addendum. Questions on that one? Response to buyer's offer. When we're done looking at forms, when we get back to our PowerPoints, we are back to chapter 11. We're getting ready to talk about multiple offers. And this form may be helpful in a multiple offer situation. It can be used in any response to any offer, but particularly in a multiple offer situation. So let's think of this as basically a letter from the seller to the buyer. An offer has been made, and now the seller is using this form to respond. Now, they don't have to use this form, but if we want to have them respond on a form, we have a form available. So this is from the seller to the buyer regarding the offer of this property address on this date. You see here we have three choices, and the form tells us that we can only check one box. We have three responses, and we can only check one. So the first one says, thank you for your offer. We cannot accept it as written and hereby reject it. While this is not a counter offer, we would favorably consider the following changes. And then the seller has the opportunity to basically put their cards on the table. This is what we would consider favorable. This is what we would consider. If the above changes are acceptable to you, then please submit another offer. We've already rejected your offer. This is what I'd be willing to consider. So if this is what you want to do, submit an offer with this. Please understand that until an offer has been accepted, we are free to consider and may at any time accept any other offers that come in at our sole discretion. The seller is free to accept any offer at any time. They don't have to wait for you to make another offer. I think this is great with a lowball offer. If you get a lowball offer, the seller may not even want to waste their energy countering. So instead of countering, I mean, I always try to encourage at least one counter, see if they're, you know, playing chicken or not. But if they don't want to play around with countering, if it's like insultingly low, then maybe we just respond to this and see if they're interested or not. But understand, this is a rejection. And I'm not countering, but I'm saying this is a purchase price I would find favorable. This is the due diligence I would find favorable. The other terms I would find favorable. If this is good for you, submit us another offer. Our second option here actually came about in the crazy multiple offer sellers world that we were in a few years ago. This was a new piece. Thank you for your offer. Please be advised that we intend to consider all offers on the property received by this date and time. Should you choose to submit another offer, we encourage you to submit your best offer as soon as possible and in no event later than the date and time above. If neither submit an offer nor withdraw your current offer, we will consider your current offer along with all others. However, please understand that we are free to accept any offer at any time. So you have an offer, and now you learn you might be in a multiple offer situation, or maybe you've called for a highest and best. We're just notifying this buyer. We have other offers come in. Do you want to keep this offer? Do you want to bring us a better offer? We're just FYIing them, letting them know this is where we stand. We're keeping them in the loop and giving them that opportunity to think about if the offer they submitted is what they want. We're not countering if I'm getting multiple offers in, hopefully, you know. So giving them the opportunity to decide if they want to submit a different offer. And then our third option here is just the politest no I've ever seen. Thank you for your offer. We cannot accept it as written and hereby reject it. The only thing this is missing is have a nice day. There are seasoned agents out there. I think when they were trained, when they were coming up, they were trained to use this form. So if you come across an agent that's been at it for a while, you can look at everybody's license numbers and see how long they've been at it, right? So they've been at it for a while, then they very well may have come up using this form as a rejection. You know, today we just text, we reject, you know, it doesn't matter how we reject it. This is just seems to be a little politer rejection than a text. You can use it if you wish. The seller's the only one that signs this, because again, we're thinking of this as a letter from the seller to the buyer. We're not accepting anything. We're rejecting anything that came in, or notifying you that we have other offers, or we've called for final and best. Questions on this one? Right? Break time again. Say 10. Welcome back. Up next, FHA VA financing addendum. This is the one that we use, that we attach to the offer when your buyer is getting an FHA or VA loan. So we're going to break this up into both FHA financing and VA financing. What we're going to do here, kind of the gist of this form, we're going to put in setting forth the appraised value of the property not less than X amount. So we're going to put in what either the purchase price or the appraised value at this point that we think. Usually I see the purchase price, but with price or property values going up, you know. But anyway, we're going to put in accordance with FHA DVA requirements, setting forth the appraised value of the property of not less than X amount. So what we're saying is it's got appraised for at least X amount. If it doesn't appraise for this amount, whatever amount we put in, the buyer shall have the privilege of proceeding with the consummation of the contract, regardless of the amount. The appraised valuations arrived to determine. Let's see, this is a little different now. The appraised value, so the HUD does not warrant the value. The purchaser should satisfy himself with the price of the condition. Okay, I got it. Here it is. It's at the beginning now. The purchaser shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property described here and below if it doesn't appraise. If it doesn't appraise for this amount, they're going to get their earnest money back, even if we are outside of the due diligence period. So we're after due diligence, which, guys, quite frankly, we should be getting the appraisal back while we're still in due diligence. But if for some reason we find out outside or after the due diligence period that it did not appraise for this amount, then the buyer's got two choices. They either come up with the difference, or they can choose to terminate, and they won't incur any penalty or forfeiture, including their earnest money deposit. So even if we're after due diligence, we can protect. And that's what this does. It protects their earnest money deposit if it doesn't appraise. The VA piece of it has similar verbiage, only now you don't have to put in an amount. It's just going to address the purchase price. The buyer, again, if it doesn't appraise, and the buyer doesn't have to be obligated to complete the purchase of the property. If it doesn't appraise and they choose to terminate, they'll get their earnest money back. So, you know, all these addenda, one thing I didn't point out that I should have, all these addenda override the contract. So in the event of a conflict between the addenda and the contract, the addenda shall control. And that's what all these addenda do. So if it doesn't appraise for an FHA or VA loan, the buyer could choose to terminate and get their earnest money back, even if we're after due diligence. The second piece of the VA piece is letting the seller know that the DVA may require some inspections. And if they are required, they may or may not be required to be at the seller's expense. So the seller needs to know going into this if they're going to be on the hook for the pest inspection, the well water test, or the septic sewer inspection, if applicable and if required. So that's kind of the kicker there. They will require the pest inspection. They very rarely let the buyer pay for it. Listing agents, we need to have this conversation with your sellers, just so they know. And remember, all those costs for those inspections go in our seller concession blank and the offer to purchase and contract. Buyer signs on the left, seller signs on the right. This is the other form that you and I get to sign. So I only know of 2 contract forms that we sign. It's this one and the lead-based paint.
I have a question.
Please.
How would this be on the test?
So you get a scenario, and then you'll be asked which addenda would you use. Any
Okay.
question about the form?
So this is a form you use as a buyer sell agent.
When you're presenting the offer. Yep, yep, we're gonna add it to our offer. And upon acceptance, becomes part of the contract.
It's only added when you got financing through these particular, right?
FHA or VA, correct. Conventional loan, don't use this form. USDA, don't use this form.
Can a seller reject this because they're getting one of these two type of loan, for example, the VA where they may have to cover some costs?
The seller is free to reject any offer. So Tink, that's a great point. And I fear in the crazy multiple offer world, I fear a lot of VA buyers lost out because sellers might have been accepting offers where they didn't have to pay those inspections. I fear in multiple offer situations, this could harm the VA buyer. So now maybe we just have to offer a little bit bigger purchase price or due diligence or something to kind of counteract those added expenses. Then again, flip that coin. You got a lot of sellers that, have VAs close to heart, or maybe themselves are a vet. So they, they feel that. So there's that as well. It's up to the seller. But yeah, they can reject it for any reason. And it could be because they don't want to pay the $85 pest inspection fee. I really do feel like it hurts the buyers in some cases. Okay, another good one. Agreement to amend. Who can remind me what an amendment does? What is an amendment?
Changes some.
Change. It's a change.
Change.
Y'all are yelling at me. Yeah, the amendment is a change. So we are under contract. And for whatever reason, we have entered into round 2 of negotiations. And if we come to new terms, we need to change or amend the contract. Starts with a big red warning. All parties, including lender and settlement agent, must be provided a copy of this amendment. Remember, buyer's agents, you sent it to the lender and the attorney as soon as we went under contract, right? Now that we've changed those terms, we need to make sure that they get the amendment. We need to make sure that they know the newly agreed on terms. They added this last year because evidently sometimes you can run into where you're multiple renegotiations. So this is amendment 1, this is amendment 2, this is amendment 3. This may help keep things in order, keep things organized. Buyer and seller hereby agree to amend the contract as set forth below, and then we can start to see that we have the ability to amend pretty much the blanks that we fill in the contract, right? I'll come back to that additional buyer in just a second. But we could renegotiate the purchase price. We could add earnest money. We could renegotiate the building deposit. We could renegotiate or add the due diligence fee. We could extend our due diligence period. It might be, I think this came up last week. If we're asking for more time, does it mean we have to pay more money? Well, it's all negotiable. And I think they do go hand in hand. So if you're asking for more time, then maybe that means we are renegotiating that due diligence fee. We may want to change the escrow agent. I know we went through a period in that crazy multiple offer world where a lot of our escrow agents, our closing attorneys, were booked up and we couldn't get in with the one that we put in the contracts. We had to decide on another one. We had to figure out who we could get in with. So for whatever reason, if we change the closing attorney and the escrow agent, we can amend it here. And then we have a place for the new escrow agent to sign, acknowledge, and receipt of the earnest money. We got to get it from the old escrow agent to the new.
Question.
Yes.
That's the only change in the contract. Does everything else have to be filled out?
What do you mean?
if the escrow agent is the only change the terms, do you have to fill out everything above it? Or you
No,
just
no,
go
no,
straight
no,
to
just
that?
what we're changing, yeah, so it tells us
Oh,
here,
okay.
check applicable boxes, so anything, we're only gonna check what's applicable. That's what those little boxes are for there, yep. So just whatever it is we're changing. Settlement date, you guys remember, we have a 7-day settlement, a 7-day delay built into the contract. The parties could also renegotiate the settlement date. So if we're gonna renegotiate the settlement date, then we're gonna make sure we use the amendment. If we renegotiate the settlement date, then we still have that 7-day delay, unless we check this box. If we check this box, now from our new settlement date, we only have a 4-day delay. There it is. So if we check this box from the new settlement date, we now have a 4-day delay. If you don't check the box, we have a 7-day delay because that's the verbiage of the contract. We could renegotiate seller pay closing costs. We could renegotiate the home warranty in or out. What would call for this form? Maybe after the inspections, maybe the seller says something like, in lieu of repairs, I don't want to mess with repairs, but I want to help you out. So let me offer some seller pay closing costs, or let's reduce the purchase price. You know, maybe instead of more time, we negotiate more due diligence period for the fee. Maybe instead of the due diligence fee, we offer more earnest money, right? So anytime we're checked for whatever reason, and it always comes down to, it's usually around inspections, repairs, you know, maybe loan approval has been slowed down or something. But anytime we have to change or amend anything, and understand this, you guys, we can still go old school and pick up the contract straight through, right in the new, and have everybody initial and date. We can still go that way. But you guys saw that contract. We don't have a lot of room in the margins to write much. So using this amendment, using this document will keep things cleaner. It will definitely keep things easier to see. Home warranty buyer on the left, seller on the right. Okay, the new thing with this form as of July 1st is the additional buyer. So there may be a case, maybe the borrower has a co-signer and the lender has decided they want the co-signer on the contract, for example. Then we could amend the contract and include an additional buyer. That piece is new, like I said, just this past July 1st. Agreement to amend, great form. Again, it keeps things neat and clean. And the amendment number keeps it organized. This was our first amendment, our second amendment, our third amendment. I mean, sometimes it's round 2 of negotiations, round 3 of negotiations, round 4 of negotiations, right? Sometimes it's a lot involved. So this helps keeps us a little bit organized. Questions on this one? I got a buyer possession before closing and a seller possession after closing. Now, I'm not going to go after both of them, but I do want us to see the difference in the two. In this case, the buyer's going to go ahead and move in before closing. Buyer possession before that deed has changed hands. In this case, closing is going to happen and the seller will remain. Seller possession after closing. Both of them start with warnings. And the big thing about these warnings, one party in both of these cases is acting as the tenant. The other party is acting as the landlord. Whomever's the owner right now is renting it to the other party, and both parties need to make sure that they're adequately insured. The landlord needs to have homeowner's insurance. The tenant needs to have renter's insurance. This just kind of addresses, this is meant for short-term occupancy only. We're talking like a couple days, right? Maybe, y'all remember, I could not believe last week, what were we talking about? And I had those, we were supposed to go to closing that day. And I woke up that morning with a phone call that the sellers had an emergency in Wilmington, a family emergency, and they had to go. Totally forgot about that scenario until the other day. You know what we did? We did a buyer possession before closing. They allowed my buyers to move in on Friday like they were going to anyway, and then we did closing on Monday. So it was a very short term, but it allowed the sellers to go to Wilmington and do what they needed to do with their family, come back on Monday, go to closing. My guys could go ahead and move in as they wanted. So, you know, cases like that, I think is really when this form stuff happens. So if we can get the parties agree to these, again, we've got to have everybody talk to their insurance company. It's also going to address stuff like utilities, who's responsible for trash, you know, here's our insurance on both, etc. Can we have pets? Again, very, very basic. This is not a lease. This is just a short-term occupancy agreement. If we are looking for something more than short-term, then we need to use the pre-printed lease that we have available to us or have an attorney draft something up. So buyer possession before closing, seller possession after closing. Questions on these?
Is all this part of the offer?
It could be, it's an addendum to the offer. So we're already under contract, right? And then this comes up. So you're not going to have it attached to the offer, but this does come up, like I said, 2 days before closing, you know, something like that.
That's why it's short term.
Exactly. Exactly. If you want to move in a month before closing, then we need to do a lease. No. Goodness, no. All right. 2 more. I wasn't kidding with forms. Fun with forms, hey? Y'all figured out now in real estate, we love our paperwork. By the way, y'all, this isn't all of the addenda. These are probably just some of the more commonly used ones. Of these, I think these are probably less commonly used, but you know, they may come back up. If the seller is going to offer seller financing, then we're going to use the seller financing addendum to address the terms of the seller finance. Our standard offer to purchase and contract doesn't have that kind of verbiage for the seller to finance it. So this seller financing addendum, we can talk about what the interest rate the seller would charge, the deed of trust, when it's due and payable, additional financing terms, that kind of thing. So just specifics about the seller financing. The parties have to agree to that. The parties have to come to terms with that. I still see seller financing available. Usually where I see it is like a really big tract of land, and there's like this old rickety wood sign on the corner that says like 49 acres plus or minus. And then sometimes it'll say seller financing available. I'm not, you know, it's all negotiable. But that's where I tend to see it the most. And then the last one that I know of is our loan assumption addendum. If the buyer is going to assume the seller's loan, if the buyer assumes the seller's loan, that means they just take it. So the seller makes the mortgage payment, made the mortgage payment on July 1st. We go to closing today. The buyer makes the mortgage payment on August 1st. The buyer just takes it. I do think we're going to see this come up more as those people that bought a couple years ago with a 2-point-something% interest rate. They go to sell if seller financing is available, if they or not seller financing, if the loan assumption is available, they got a better product to sell than the guy across the street where you got originated loan at, 7 something, assuming you have the money in the bank. So this is going to address, again, the terms. What type of loan is it? The approximate balance, what the current loan payments are, when is the final payment, who has the loan. Like we said, the buyer still has to get approved from the lender. They still have to go through that whole approval process. This just doesn't happen. So the lender has to approve it, and then the buyer will have to come up with the difference to make the seller whole. So if purchase price is 100,000 and I still have a loan of 60,000, you're going to assume my loan. That means you're going to take on my loan of 60,000, and you're going to have to come up with 40,000 to bring to me at settlement because you got to make me whole. So that's going to be the second piece, is if the buyer has that balance. But think about it, if the buyer can swing this, not only are they assuming the loan for that lower interest rate, that 2-point-something% interest rate, but they're also starting however many months or years into the repayment. The seller's already paid the majority of the interest, the big interest payments, right? And remember, loans, I mean, you start by paying a little bit of principal and a whole lot of interest, and that changes as we go on. So they're not starting here, they're starting like here or something, they're starting by applying principal. So if the buyer can swing that, if they can come up with the $40,000 in this case, and they can get approval for that $60,000 loan, what a great deal. Again, if the lender allows it. Questions on that one?
In this situation with, if they're assuming the loan, any equity built in that home already, does that go to the new buyer too?
That'll be rolled into, that'll be part of it. They'll have that value of 100,000, and they already have, 60,000. Yeah. If they can, that's the thing, they got to come up with the difference to make the seller whole. That's, but I mean, people were paying, $75,000 more than asking price last year. So people got the money somewhere. I don't know who those people are, but yeah, they got the money somewhere. So if they can pull that off, and I don't know if they'll be able to get a loan for the 40,000 because they're assuming a loan for 60. So again, they'd have to go through the lender process to get, if they qualify, great. If not, they'd have to come up with the cash, Every single form on my list is checked off. Questions? I know that's a lot, but again, just kind of a very overall. This is what I say to you guys. Whenever you get a form, on behalf of your buyer or seller, whenever you're using a form for the first time, take the time to sit down and read it and make sure you understand it before you present it to your people. Never, ever ask your buyers or sellers to sign something without you looking over it first. Fair enough? One more thing, it's not really a form, I'm not slipping it in, but one more thing I do want to share with you guys. I loaded this in the online learning system. If you want to grab it, you're welcome to. It's under our Julie folder down here at the very bottom. And this is from the NCAR Forms Committee. And this is just an overview of the standard offer to purchase and contract. So it's a good kind of tip sheet on when does it become a legally binding contract? What is the earnest money about? What's the due diligence fee? Is the due diligence fee non-refundable? It kind of takes the contract, some of those bigger parts of the contract, and just gives us nice little headlines and bullets. Buyer's termination rights. How long is due diligence? It is entirely negotiable between the buyer and the seller. So it just kind of gives us exactly what it's called, just an overview of the offer, the more important points of the offer to purchase and contract. So if you want to grab it and download it, your little download button up here, it's under the Julie folder. It's an NCAR form, as you can see. But I do think it just, and you can use this if you want to help, if you're trying to explain the contract to a buyer or seller, you can always use this to summarize it. 5 pages might be a little easier to digest than 17. So this just kind of hits the highlights, if you will. If you're affiliated, you have access to this in your forms. But if you're not, I'll have this Julie folder here until we're done, but usually when we're done, I'll take it down. So if you want to grab it, go ahead and grab it sooner rather than later. And if you forget to, then just reach out to me and I'll send it to you. Questions, comments on anything? All right, chapter 11. Let's wrap this up. Going to talk about multiple offers and how we handle multiple offer situations. So we all know we have a duty to present all offers immediately. Guys, I'll be honest, there are several schools of thoughts here when it comes to multiple offers. One school of thought is, maybe with a multiple offer situation, can you be a member of NAR without joining the, I don't know. I don't know that. But one school of thought might be, we've called for best and final. So let's say we've said all offers in by Friday at 5. We've called for best and final Friday at 5. So the question is, do we hang on to all the offers and go over them with the seller Friday at 5 o'clock? Or do we present the offers to the seller as they come in? Well, remember, commission rule says we have a duty to present all offers immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. So if today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're still within our 3 days. So is it better to hang on to them until Friday at 5 or send them to the seller as they come in? And I think the answer to that question lies within your seller. I think that's a conversation we need to ask them. Do you want them as they come in, or do you just want to wait until Friday after 5 and talk about them all at once? Remember, the seller is free to accept any offer at any time, even if they have called for best and final. So if we got best and final Friday at 5 and the dream offer comes in tomorrow, we don't have to wait for that deadline. So again, as long as we're staying within that 3 days immediately, but within 3 days, when do we present them? I think it's best to talk to the seller. What do you prefer? Once we start presenting offers, whenever that may be, we're going to present everything that we have in our hand in no particular order. I'm not going to favor one offer over the other. I'm not going to say, well, this is the highest priced one, so let's look at this one and then we'll look at the others. We're going to look at all of them at once. What if one of those offers is from another agent in my firm? Wouldn't my firm stand to make more if they could get on both sides? I can't favor that offer over offers from agents from other firms. What if one of those offers is from me as a buyer's agent in a dual agent? You guys with me? In a dual agent situation, I can't just present my offer and hang on to the others. We got to present everything we have in no particular order. We can't favor one offer over the other. Sellers agents, listing agents, you need to treat all buyers and buyers agents fairly. Treat them the same. Another reason why I like that response to buyer's offer letter, you have that one form you could send to all buyers, letting them know of the best and final has been called, for example. If there's favorable terms of the seller, then we can use that response to buyer's offer to share those favorable terms with all of the buyers. When it comes to multiple offers, the fact that we have multiple offers or not is not a material fact. It's nothing I have to disclose. Whether or not we disclose that we have multiple offers is up to our seller. Our seller will tell us if they want us to tell everybody we have multiple offers. Again, a couple schools of thought here. Some buyers, when they hear they have multiple offers, they run away. Other buyers, when they hear multiple offers, they up their game. So if we say multiple offers, you might lose some buyers, you might get some better offers. Bottom line is it's up to the seller. We don't have to disclose, but remember, I can't lie. So if somebody calls me, when another agent calls me and says, do you have multiple offers? Isn't an honest answer, my seller doesn't want to disclose that? Isn't that a pretty honest answer right there? I'm not telling you yes, I'm not telling you no. My seller doesn't want to disclose that. I can't lie. So if you do, don't say no. Just say my seller chooses not to disclose. The other thing about multiple offers is we can't shop offers. We can't pit the buyers against each other. I can't say, this is what the Joneses offered, this is what the Smiths offered. I can't pit them together. We can never share the terms of the offer without the offeror's permission, the offeror's the giver of the offer. Questions on multiple offers? All right, a couple more things here. Contract modifications and counter offers. I think we're good on this. Any change to the offer is a rejection. I don't care how small and insignificant it may seem. If we're not, if the offeree is not accepting the offer exactly as it is, then we are countering it, rejecting the original offer. A counter offer is a rejection. The offeree becomes the offeror, and they're making a brand new offer. So with this contract modifications and counter offers, any change needs to be acknowledged. Maybe that's initial and dated. Maybe we, however we're communicating, negotiating back and forth, email, text, whatever. Keep that documentation that shows that meeting of the minds. Counter offers need to be communicated, kind of what we were talking about last night about agents properly communicating with each other, especially when we're in the throes of negotiations. So communicate those counter offers. If you are countering on the paper itself, strike through, write in the new and have everybody initial and date, you need to keep all those changes because that shows the meeting of the minds. That shows that mutual assent. If you're countering via email or text, you need to document, you need to keep that email or text because again, it shows that meeting of the minds. It shows how we came to be from an offer to a contract. We may enter into round 2 of negotiations, as we said, if we amend the contract. If we do that, then we need to obviously modify the contract in writing. Like we said, you can do it on the contract itself, but we don't have a lot of room to write margins. So it might be that your firm prefers you to keep it neat and clean and use the agreement to amend the contract. And it might be that your buyer is asking, I'm sorry, the seller is asking the buyer to consider terms, not necessarily making a counter offer, but hey, you know, I know they said they wanted to close on August 25th, but we're just getting back into town and we're a little harried. So do you think they would be okay with closing on the 26th? We're not countering, we're just asking, would they go for this? And if you're going to have that kind of conversation, make sure that you're pretty clear that you're not countering. You're just saying, we're thinking about it, but would they consider that? We'll be back to you with a counter in just a minute. And then bottom line, anytime with negotiating contract formation, I mean, it's a pretty big deal. You and I are handling legally binding contracts on behalf of our buyers or sellers, right? So when in doubt, you guys don't just throw something out there. When in doubt, find out. Do you need to call your attorney? That's that CYA. You got your BIC for a reference. You got seasoned agents in your office. You have the real estate manual. When you're a member of NAR, get you into NCAR. NCAR has a legal hotline. Once you're a member of NCAR, you can call or email an attorney with a quick question. So take advantage of some of these member services that we have. But again, one of my super simple philosophies, when in doubt, find out. We've got to find out and make sure that we're properly completing these forms and presenting this offer. With the contract, you know, delivery of instruments, furnishing copies, delivery of instruments. We have 3 days from execution to make sure that we get a copy of these documents to our buyers and sellers. So, you know, an instrument is we're just referring to any document in this transaction. So typically speaking, we're going to start with our agency agreements. Once those agency agreements are signed, we have 3 days to make sure that our client gets a copy of that signed agency agreement. Once we go under contract, we have 3 days to make sure that our client has a copy of that contract. When we close, we have 3 days to make sure that they have copies. So I think a common misconception, some agents think, well, I'll just wait to the end of the transaction and send them everything at once in a nice, neat little package. But we can't do that. We got to send it. We got 3 days. As we get it, we got 3 days to make sure we get a copy. And I think a good rule of thumb, if they sign it, they deserve a copy of it. So send it to them and then document, keep that sent email, because that shows the date and time stamp that you send it to them. I mean, how long does it take us to send an email with a PDF attachment? Hey guys, here's our signed agency agreement. I look forward to working with you. Have a nice day. You just satisfied that commission rule, and then you have documented that sent email. When it comes to the contract, you know, we really only need one original. Again, most of this is the e-world these days, but buyer and seller need a copy, listing agent, selling agent need a copy, the lender, the closing attorney, just to get us started. So however many originals or copies you have, just make sure everybody that needs it gets it. Questions? Last little piece then of chapter 11 is some alternative conveyance methods. We're going to go through this pretty quickly, but just having an understanding in case they come up in our practice, how to handle them, what to do. So we're going to talk about installment land contracts. We're going to talk about option to purchase contracts, and we're going to talk a little bit about preemptive rights. So first up, installment land contract. The buyer is buying, the seller is selling. But the buyer is not paying for the property in one lump sum. They are paying for it in installments. They're making payments on it. We have to agree to those payments. The difference between this and seller financing is when the deed changes hands. So you could have seller financing, the deed changes hands at closing, and then the new owner is making payments to the previous owner. With an installment land contract, the seller keeps the legal title until it's paid in full, and then they give the deed to the buyer. So the seller has a little bit of leverage with an installment land contract. What the buyer gets is equitable title, and equitable title is possession. Equitable title says you have the right to be there just as if you owned it. But it doesn't become yours. You don't get that deed until that last installment payment is made. And the parties have to agree how much per month, interest rate, you know, how many months. They have to come up with those terms. I'll be on agreement with that. Some verbiage for us. The seller is the vendor. The buyer is the vendee. So in this case, the seller is playing two roles. Not only are they selling the property, but they're also acting as the financing device. They're like Bank of America right now, right? They are the lender, acting as that lender, accepting installment payment. Because we have this third piece, because we have the vendor acting as the financing device, our standard offer to purchase and contract doesn't apply. It doesn't have verbiage in there to allow the seller to be the financing device. So if you do an installment land contract, then we're going to have an attorney to draft something up for this. I do not have a pre-printed form. We do not have a pre-printed form for an installment land contract. Because we have attorneys involved, they'll be aware of the legalities. They'll know what's up. But there's, of course, some rules, some chapters in our books that regulate these installment land contracts, also referred to as contract for deed. The seller has to record the installment land contract, and the attorney will assist, of course. But the seller has to record the installment land contract 5 days of execution. This prevents the shady seller from selling it out from underneath the buyer. So they can't sell it until that deed has been recorded. So if somebody else is trying to buy it, their closing attorney will do a title search and this will come up. So to record it protects the buyer, the vendee in this situation. The other legal thing here is if the buyer defaults. If the buyer misses a payment, the seller has to give them 30 days to cure the default. If after 30 days they haven't cured the default, then the seller can begin the termination process, the eviction process. If the buyer's not going to go quietly, then they have to do the summary ejectment, take them to court and have the judge remove them. But they have to give them 30 days to come up with that, to cure that default. Advantages and disadvantages for the buyer of the installment land contract. If the seller is willing to do this, this could be a great alternative means for a hard to finance buyer. Maybe they've had some recent, like major medical bills that has just crushed their credit. So if the seller's willing to work with them, then this could be an alternative method for the buyer. It's also good for the buyer because you may have lower down payments than going through a bank, going through a lender, usually lower closing costs. And because the buyer's living there, they very well may be paying the taxes. So they may have some tax advantages as well. Have them call their accountant, the other CYA, call your accountant. Of course, the big disadvantage to the buyer is in the event of default. They got 30 days and 30 days only to come up with that difference or else they're out. There may also be some added legal fees for the buyer because we need the attorney to do the title search at the beginning of the installment land contract. But now the buyer's going to want to make sure they do that title search at the end before the deed changes hands as well. Again, just to make sure the shady seller didn't put any liens or anything on the property before they conveyed that title.
Oh, Julie,
Yes.
this contract form is for house, property and everything?
Yes. Yes, we could use it for property. I mean, we could do this for a commercial building if we wanted to. A house, absolutely. Yep. Yep, that's a great question, Grace. Thank you.
Installment
Yeah.
land contract. So,
I know that's weird, but yeah, we do it for anything. And some may call it contract for deed as well. So I think that's a more appropriate name, contract for deed, because you're contracting for the deed, for the title. Pluses and minuses for the seller. Again, they still own the property, so they too may have some income tax advantages. Have them call their accountant. The big thing for the seller is they get to keep that legal title. So if the buyer defaults, they still have the deed. It is still theirs. Again, they have to go through the eviction process, maybe summary ejectment, but at least they still have the deed. They have that leg to stand on. If the buyer does default, we get them out. Now the seller still has the property. They could try to resell it. They could rent it, right? They could still do something else with it. Just like we said for the buyer, this might be a way to finance a hard to finance buyer. For the seller, this could be a way to help them sell a property that isn't easy to sell. Maybe it's a property that has lots and lots and lots of work. It takes a certain kind of special buyer to take on one of those properties. So it might be a way for a seller to sell a hard to sell property. Disadvantages for the seller, low down payment. You know, the big thing for the seller is they'll get the purchase price, but they're not going to get it all at once. So can they handle those small amounts, those small payments that add up to? If they need all the money right now, then this isn't an option for them. They won't be able to do that. And then, of course, it's going to be timely and costly if the buyer defaults, if they have to do the summary ejectment, if they have to work to get them out. Listing agents. If you get an offer to do an installment land contract, do you have to present this to your seller? Shake your head. Do you have to present this to your seller? I see head shaking yes. Why? Because we present all offers. And an offer to do an installment land contract is an offer. Questions? Another alternative conveyance method is the option to purchase. With the option to purchase, this is the example of the unilateral contract that we gave. With a unilateral contract, only one side has to perform. And with an option to purchase, the side that has to perform is the seller. The only promise made in an option, the seller promises not to sell to anybody else during the option period. So the buyer has requested this option, and we're not under contract to buy. The buyer has simply been granted the option to decide if they want to buy. They're doing inspections and investigations. They're learning about the property, but they're not committed yet. They're not under contract yet. At the end of the option period, they have two choices. They either buy, in which case now we're in a bilateral sales contract, or they don't. They're not obligated. They're not on the hook. They're simply exploring their option. So a unilateral contract. Again, this is going to be recorded. I think we'll see that in a second, because we don't want the shady seller to sell it out from underneath the buyer. I think we're more apt to see these in the commercial world. I mean, they can happen in the residential world too, don't get me wrong. But I think we're more apt to see them in the commercial world. You know, maybe corporate USA wants to open up a new warehouse, and they send their rep out there to, you know, find 2 or 3 good warehouses and then see which one is the best. So we might enter into an option. We're kind of locking them down while we're exploring, while we're deciding which one we want to buy. And again, at the end of the option period, we either move forward and buy it or we don't. Something else that makes this option unique is it requires 2 forms of consideration. One form of consideration is the negotiated purchase price. We're going to agree to all the terms like we always do, but it's going to say something like, if I decide to buy, this is the purchase price. If I decide to buy, this is my down payment. If I decide to buy, these are the terms. So the purchase price is still a form of consideration, but also tied to these is going to be an option fee that the buyer pays the seller. We got to give the seller something for locking down their property. The seller won't have to give this back. The buyer's paying for this right to explore the option with the option fee. Option fee is completely negotiable. If the buyer buys, then the option fee will be a credit to them. If they don't buy, then the seller keep that again We're locking them down, so we got to give them something. So with an option to purchase, all contracts have a form of consideration. Options are unique because they have two forms of considerations that we have to negotiate. The
The option
option
fee is paid
I'm
first.
sorry,
Is the option paid first and then
if you buy, then you pay the purchase price. That's it. That's it. The optionee is the buyer. They have no legal interest in the property whatsoever. They're not living there. They don't own it. They have nothing. All they're doing is exploring this option. As we said, if they do decide to buy, we've already agreed the terms. We've negotiated those terms, hashed those out. So we already know if we decide to buy, this is what we're going to buy for. These are the terms in which we will buy.
So this cannot be used in like a situation where a tenant is renting a house and they want to buy it?
I wouldn't think this would be a good situation for that, because if the tenant's living there, they have not much, they don't have much to explore, so we might want to do like a preemptive right or something like that we're going to talk about next. But the whole point of this is to give somebody the opportunity to investigate and to learn and to decide if they want to buy. And that's why I think I do. I think we see this more in commercial. Like I said, we'll see it in residential, but I do think we see it's more common in commercial, trying to find that right warehouse, for example. So again, this is a unilateral contract, and the only promise made, the optionor is the seller. The optionor gives up their right to sell. The seller says, I promise I will not sell my home. And this could be 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, whatever the parties agree to. The seller is locked down. And once the seller has entered into the option, the seller can't withdraw their offer to sell. They can't come back and change their mind. Once they're in for the option period. As you can imagine, we don't have a pre-printed form for this. This is another call your attorney. Our standard offer to purchase and contract won't work. So we're going to have an attorney involved drafting these things up for us anyway. And now that we have attorneys involved, statute of fraud says you're going to put this thing in writing to be enforceable. Connor Act says we're going to record this, again, to protect the buyer, the optionee, from the shady seller. We don't want them selling it to somebody else during this option period. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. Are y'all ready? So in this case of an option, you need to, it worked, call your attorney. I was so excited about that. You need to call your attorney or call your buyer's attorneys. And again, now we got the legalities involved, so they know what's up. Questions on the option? Listing agents. If you get an option, an offer to do an option to purchase, do we have to present it to our sellers? Yes. Whether or not you want to do it or not makes no difference whatsoever. We present all offers to our sellers.
so basically everything that comes in on that pertaining to the seller, we have to give them copies of it.
I don't have the power to reject or accept on their behalf. So, yep. If it comes in, get it to the seller. You got it. Okay. Last break. When we come back, preemptive rights, wrapping this stuff up. All right. Welcome back. The last alternative conveyance method that we're going to talk about. There's others, but the last one that we're going to talk about is our preemptive rights. And we got a couple of different types of preemptive rights. But before we get into the types, let's first talk about what a preemptive right is. So all a preemptive right is it gives somebody the first right to purchase. Once we enter into a preemptive right, then they are contractually obligated. They have that legal agreement. Maybe you don't want to buy my house. We enter into a preemptive right. If I want to sell, I'm legally obligated to come to you first. Maybe I don't want to sell right now, but if we enter into a preemptive right, I'm legally obligated to come to you first. I think a really good example of who might use a preemptive right could be the tenant landlord situation. You know, maybe the tenant's been there for 8, 10, 12 years and they really like the house and they want to buy it, but the landlord's not ready to sell it yet. So the two could enter into a preemptive right. When the landlord is ready to sell, they must go to the tenant first. The tenant doesn't have to buy. That's not what we're saying. It just gives you the first right to purchase. So a couple different types of preemptive rights. We have our right of first refusal. With the right of first refusal, the owner gives the contracting party the opportunity to match a bona fide offer. Bona fide offer means a legit offer. This is a ready, willing, and able buyer that makes a serious, legit offer. Before the owner responds to that offer, they have to go to the person that they have the preemptive right with. So an offer comes in and you can't respond right away. You got to wait until you go give that person the first right to purchase. So give them to match that bona fide offer. The second one then is the right of first opportunity to purchase. And this one, the owner gives the contracting party the first opportunity to purchase. Maybe we have an offer, maybe we don't. I don't want to sell now, but when I do want to sell, I'm legally obligated to come to you first. We'll determine the price. We don't have an offer to match. Price is to be negotiated once I do come to you. Again, nobody's locked into buying. All we're saying with a preemptive right is I have to give you that opportunity before I give it to anybody else.
What?
Yeah.
Would this be in the option?
No, this is just going to be, because we're not exploring anything. We're just giving you that first right to purchase.
Or where would you put this at?
Where would I put it at?
Like, I mean, is it a preemptive right? Addendum?
So we don't have a form for these. So we're going to have attorneys involved here as well. Yeah, we don't have a pre-printed form. Any of these alternative conveyance methods, we don't have pre-printed forms. And I think the reason being, honestly, you guys, I don't think they come up too much. But in the event that they come up, I need enough for your little red flag to go up and say, well, this is an alternative conveyance method. Let's get our attorneys involved. And I think that's the big thing to take from any of these. We don't have pre-printed forms. Of course, you and I know we don't have the legality. Has anybody ever showed a home? My Winston-Salem people. Has anybody ever showed a home at Old Salem? Have you gotten to show property yet at Old Salem? If you live in Winston or this area and you get the opportunity to show a home in Old Salem, do it. They're like, outside they look like Old Salem. But when you walk in the front door, it's like going through a time dimension. It is like, they are some nice, modern, up-to-date inside. I remember I saw a home for sale. I bring this up because I remember I saw a home for sale in Old Salem. Of course, I was checking it out. But in the agent only remarks, it said Old Salem Inc. has a right of first refusal. So part of the buyer's due diligence period, they suggested a due diligence time to give Old Salem Inc. time to see if they wanted to match that offer. In other words, that right of first refusal, before the seller could respond, they had to go to Old Salem Inc. first and give them the opportunity. So that's the only time I've ever seen it. I didn't get a chance to show that home. I just saw it, like I said, in the agent only remarks. But it was nice because they were very helpful and they suggested, I don't remember how long now, but they suggested X amount of time for due diligence. Part of that due diligence would be to give Old Salem Inc. time to refuse or allow them to continue. I think probably the more common alternative method, the one that we've probably heard about, but that we didn't cover here, would be like a lease to own. So you have the tenant in a lease to own situation, maybe it's 2 years, for example. And the rent during that time, some of that may be applied towards the purchase price. So they're kind of making little mini deposits or something as they go. Again, we don't have forms for that. So pretty much anything that's not the standard for sale or for rent, then we need to get attorneys involved to make sure that we're handling it. We got the right thing. All right, last little section. You guys ready? Anytime you take a CE class or post licensing or something, we're gonna just highlight some education and license status issues, make sure we're really good on our license status. This information is not updated, but you can, again, you're almost always going to see this in a CE class. Just reminding us, you guys have worked so hard for your license. Let's keep them. Now that you have them, let's keep them. And this section reminds us how we're going to do that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the difference between current and expired license. We're going to talk about active versus inactive. We're going to talk a little bit about you guys, and then we're going to talk about CE. When it comes to your license status, the first question I need you to ask yourself is my license current or expired? It all starts with a current or expired license. The Real Estate Commission's physical year is July 1st to June 30th. Yes, this is testable, which is why we're talking about it. And I'm going to try to do a review to hone it in tomorrow. And it's on the syllabus and the commission wants me to go over it. So this is why we're talking about it. The Real Estate Commission's physical year is July 1st to June 30th. They don't operate on a calendar year. We have a renewal period, and some of you might have gone through your first renewal period already. You might have just done it this past couple months. The renewal period is May 15th to June 30th every year. And May 15th to June 30th is when we renew our license. We're renewing our license, we're paying the renewal fee. When you pay the renewal fee, your license is current, effective July 1st. So step one, pay the fee. You want a current license. Failure to pay the fee means that your license is expired at the stroke of midnight on July 1st. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. So to have a current license, you pay the fee. A current license can have two statuses. A current license could be active. It's current because you paid the fee. Take that a step further and complete your education, such as CE, for example, or complete your post licensing. Once you complete your education and you've paid the fee, you've done your CE and you've paid the fee, your license is active. You guys know as provisional brokers, you got to take this a third step further. As PBs, if you want an active license, you have to be affiliated. You have to be affiliated with a firm. If you're not, then your license is inactive. So to have an active license, pay the fee and do CE. It rhymes and everything. right? Pay the fee and do CE. A current license can also be inactive. You've paid the fee, so it's current, but now it's inactive because you didn't do your CE in time. You're a PB without a BIC, or you can choose to go inactive. If you're not practicing, you may choose to go inactive. You may want to consider going inactive versus going expired. I'll talk about that in just a second. So a current license has everything to do with paying the fee. It has nothing to do with the education. The education is the difference in the active or the inactive piece. Everybody good on that? Pay the fee to be current. Don't pay the fee, you're expired. If you're expired, I don't care. You can do all the CE in the world, but you still have an expired license. Pay the fee for current, active or inactive. The difference is your education. Real quick, y'all don't need to write this down, but just real quick, if you're reinstating an inactive license, it depends on what kind of CE deficiency you may or may not have. If you're up to date on your education, you're inactive with no CE deficiency, then you just submit the activation form and poof, you're back up active, you're back up and running. If you've been inactive for less than 2 years and you have a CE deficiency, they're going to make you do some CE to get yourself caught up. If you're inactive for more than 2 years, you're going to have to do some CE. And then you got to come back and do 2 out of 3 post-licensing classes. The good news is you can pick your 2 favorite. So whichever ones you like the most, you can take those, pick those 2 and come back. Again, it's encouraged. Even if you think you're done with real estate, keep paying that fee. Keep riding. You could ride the rest of your life on an inactive license. All you have to do is pay the fee. Little bit of education and poof, you're back up and running. If you don't pay the fee, your license is expired. How do you reinstate an expired license? It depends on how long it's been expired. If you're expired for less than 6 months, you're going to pay the renewal fee and the reinstatement fee. If you're 6 months to 2 years, you'll pay the renewal fee and the reinstatement fee. Then you're either going to do 1 post-licensing class of your choosing, or you get to go back to the testing center. Ting's already saying, nope, nope, nope. You get to go back to the testing center and pass that state exam again. How many of us are going to do post-licensing if we're expired 6 months to 2 years? Absolutely, right? The lesser of the two. Check it out. What happens if you're expired for more than 2 years? You have to start all over in day 1 in pre-licensing. Is it worth paying the fee every year and riding for the rest of your life on an inactive license? I can't really answer that for you. But what I can say is I've had so many people in pre-licensing that tell me they're here because they had let their license expire more than 2 years. You know, sometimes we come to forks to road in life and we think we're done with real estate, and then real estate somehow comes back. So even if you think you're done, guys, it's $45 a year and it keeps you out of pre-licensing again. Y'all did it once, don't do it again. Questions on expired, current, inactive, active, any of those license statuses?
You see my license number. I've had it since 1995. I've paid that $45 all these years.
I've so wanted to ask you about this, Cheryl. So yeah, Cheryl, we call Cheryl seasoned agent, you know. So you've been on an inactive license. You just kept sending in that $45. Good for you. Good for you.
Oh, I was not. Well, because see, but when I got mine, it wasn't a broker's license. It was a sales license.
Salesperson. What year did you say?
95.
Nice.
So then I took the, for the broker's side of it, I had to do the 12-hour, I think it was 12 hours or so, or 24 hours to do to go move it over to the broker side.
Right,
So I did
right.
that.
Okay.
But then I wasn't really, I mean, I never affiliated, so I practicing, sorry. And then we were in our own business and it was just, all those years. But I'm sorry, the dog's barking. I was not letting it expire because I was not going back to class to start all over. So don't trust me, people, pay the money.
I think you chose wisely. So
Yeah.
may I ask, and of course you don't have to answer, but may I
Sure.
ask, are you here because of you've been inactive, but you had the CE deficiency, so you've had to do
Yes.
the
Yeah.
CE,
Because
and
I
then you had to-
called.
So
Yeah.
this
Because I
is
called.
much better than pre, much
Oh
better.
yeah.
than pre.
Because I've got to. I mean, I think there's even more. I've got to do more than that. It
And then
was
make you do some extra electives or something.
I've got to do the 2 posts, a general update, and then an
Mhm.
elective.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you're
no,
in that
it's
last.
on there. Yeah.
Yep. So much better to be in the last bullet point on this slide than the last bullet
And the
point.
last bullet.
Good
Yeah.
for you. Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Thank you. Guys, seriously, the last in-person pre-licensing class I taught before COVID, I had two that were there because they let their license expire. And they're like, I cannot believe I'm back here. And I'm like, well, you chose to get back into real estate, so this is what you got to do. If you've missed CE, if you've missed a couple years of CE, there's a lot that changes in this industry. So if you miss much education, that's the point of all this, is they got to get you up to date on what's going on. Tink, did I see you?
Yeah, real quick. So you pay the fee, it keeps you current and active. But if you let it go past June 30th, you're expired.
No.
No.
Paying the fee keeps you current for the next year.
Okay.
CE keeps you active.
Okay.
Yep.
Paying the fee keeps you current, but the classes keep you active.
That's
And
right.
if it goes past June 30th with no payment, you're expired.
Then on the stroke of midnight on July 1st, you wake
Okay.
up to an expired license. So, and I think, look, life gets away from us, right? So you wake up on July 1st and you go, holy crow, I didn't pay the fee. Are you kidding me? Just pay $45, $45 is $90. Poof, you're back up. Just remember that you're expired within 6 months. And that's all you got to do is send them $90 and you're back up and running. So that's like the better of but yeah, you got to pay that fee by 11. All of our licenses expired 11:59 p.m. unless we renew them, and we renew them by paying the fee. Anything else on license statuses? All right, let's talk about you guys. My PBs, I call y'all my brokers with training wheels. Y'all can ride your bikes, but you can't do it without your training wheels. You can practice real estate. You can do just about everything that a full broker can do, as long as you are under the supervision of a broker in charge. You guys have 18 months to complete your post licensing. That 18-month clock starts the date that your license was issued. Look at your license. There's a date on that license. That starts your 18-month clock. If you don't do your 3 posts, complete your 3 posts within 18 months, your license will be inactive until you do get it done. Even if you're in the throes of a transaction, you will go inactive until you do get it done. So make sure you keep your eye on that clock. You guys know you have to have a BIC to be active. And post licensing and CE are 2 totally different things. Post licensing is entry level, broker entry level. CE is for all of us. So CE is not going to give you credit for post. Post isn't going to give you credit for CE. Speaking of CE, we have to do 8 hours every year. There's an update course. If you're a full broker or provisional broker, you do the general update, also known as the Gen Up. If you're BIC eligible or designated broker in charge, you do the BIC Up, broker in charge update. Take your appropriate update course. If a full broker does the BIC Up, they're not going to get credit for it. So take your appropriate update course. In addition to the update, we have to do 4 hours of electives. The electives are a topic of your choosing. So I suggest you find a topic that relates to your business, help grow your business. If you have a niche, if there's something you want to learn more about, take advantage of that situation that you have to take a CE class anyway. So why not take something that's going to enhance help your business grow? If you go to ncrec.gov and you look under the education tab, you can search all CE classes all across the state of North Carolina. Many of them are still Zoom. So if there's a topic that interests you, if there's a topic that you want to learn more about, you can take that elective, again, to help grow your business. The CE deadline every single year for CE, what is it? Does anybody know? Who can remind me what the CE deadline is?
June 10th.
June 10th,
Right.
June 10th, June 10th. Embed this date in your brain. There is no CE credit given after June 11th. June 11th to June 30th is a blackout period. So what if you miss the CE deadline? Just pay the fee. If you miss CE, pay the fee. Always pay the fee. When in doubt, just throw them money. They'll figure out what to do with it. Pay the fee. You will be active until the end of June 30th. So you still have about 20 days here to get your affairs together, don't you? You have time to try to solidify transactions, maybe see what you can't close, work out arrangements, whatever. When you wake up on July 1st, your license will be inactive, assuming you've paid the fee, and it will remain inactive until you get caught up on your CE. They'll get a letter that says you neglected to do CE. Be aware that on July 1st, your license is inactive. Pay the fee, and you will be inactive until you can get caught up on CE. But y'all, let's all agree not to wait until June to do our CE. They've already released the new CE material for this year. What is it, July? Some schools may already be offering CE that's due next June 10th, like June 10th, 2025. So many of us say that we're slow in the winter, we're slower in the fall, whatever. Use that slower period to knock out your CE, and don't wait until June. Please don't wait till June. There are no excuses for there are no excuses. So if you call them and say, I got busy, they're going to say, you've had 10 months to do it. That's not an excuse. Yes, ma'am. Grace?
Well, let's see. I'm just like Cheryl by choice. I stay inactive. So I'm
Stay
taking
money in.
two post licensing and one Gen Up and one elective. I
Nice.
decided to knock it out in July. So I did take one Gen Up and one elective in July the 3rd and July the 5th. There were agents, brokers who missed by June 10th. So they're trying to get back soon as possible. So they were asking how soon their license will be active again. And they were regular broker or big, and North Carolina, South Carolina. So exactly what you're explaining.
Yep. Don't let this get away from you. Y'all want to know? I had an agent this year. She just got confused. She did 2 electives. She said, oh, I'm done with CE. I'm done.